Is called to order. I will have a roll call. Mr. Roos Collins is walking up the podium. Say here, or present. Here. Okay, Eisenberg, here. Ms. Gray? Here. Mr. Fiorini? Here. Mr. Nordhoff? Here. Mr. Johnston? Okay, quorum is present for business. Thank you very much. Couple of announcements under my report. First, for those of you who haven't heard, the Senate Rules Committee continued the confirmation hearing for myself and Mr. Roos Collins yesterday, scheduled for yesterday. They continued it. One of their members was ill, and it'll be reset at whatever time they reset it. That's number one. Number two, do we know when Mr. Natoli's going to be here? All right, I'll repeat the statement. Our next meeting is in the Delta. You recall we're statutorily required to meet 2 times a year in the Delta. And we have tentatively found the only place that seems to be currently available on the time schedule, which is in the Old Mill, a facility known to some of us more than others, but was the subject of considerable controversy on the Delta Protection Commission Council agenda for the last 4 years, nearly forever. Mr. Johnston can report on that. Anyway, that is our meeting place. I'm not asking for a decision now, but let me tell you what we're tentatively thinking about for the meeting. It is our first meeting there, and we want to give time for local officials and also citizens to participate. So rather than our normal activity where we jam the agenda full of miscellaneous items, some of which would be significant, others might not, we're thinking about a pattern something like this. This is not definitive, but give me a reaction tomorrow. Start off with some touring activity on Thursday from roughly 10 in the morning till about 2 in the afternoon. That would undoubtedly be surface touring and be close into the meeting site. Then at somewhere between 2 and 3, start the meeting at the Old Mill and ask local officials to, and with Mr. Natoli's help particularly organizing this, come forward and talk to us. The basic agenda item for our next meeting will be the second draft of the interim plan, which is a very complex document, very dense, but we ought to give them some opportunity. And then if your patience extends this far, my thought is, because a lot of the citizens down there will be coming from work, that we'd agree something like, and I'm just making up the times, 3 to 5 o'clock would be local governmental representation and statements and questions and reports and so on. But from 5 to 7, we specifically set aside that time for community input. May go a little later, might not. And I was thinking that maybe at the end of that we might head off for dinner at one of the restaurants nearby down in the Delta, Justy's or Al's or something like that. Then the next day would be exclusively devoted to the discussion of the second draft of the interim plan, where we know flood levee issues are very key down in that area. Now, not asking for commitments now, but think about it, and let's circle back tomorrow at the meeting to get your reflections on that idea. And Joe will probably mention it, but this is our last meeting at the Secretary of State's office. If we didn't say that before, we'll be moving to the West Sacramento City Hall, which is right across the river, and they have a meeting room that's much more collaborative. It's one level, and it's not quite as awkward as this to conduct business. And that's, at least we think, that's where we're going to be for nearly forever. Okay.
We think so. There are 1 or 2 conflicts that we have to work out, but most of the rest of the year is going to be at West Sac.
You mean meeting date conflicts?
Meeting date conflicts.
Where they've already scheduled. We'll figure that out. Okay. Anyway, that is my report to date. Other things will come up during the meeting. Mr. Grindstaff.
Yes, Kurt Miller tells me that he is included in your bucket and on the table and in the packet legislative materials, but he doesn't think anything rises to the level where we need to have a verbal discussion unless you ask for that. But I will ask Chris Stevens to update us on the legal situation.
All right, let me go through the legislative thing. It's a summary of the bills that we're watching, and then delivered, I guess yesterday afternoon, was the short memo on AB 2092, Mr. Huffman's bill on cost and financing of the Stewardship Council and related activities. Not calling for action, but it's worth skimming that letter, although it's not dissimilar to Mr. Miller's report of the last meeting, I think it was. Okay?
That's correct.
Number
Yes.
two. Follow-up informational requests from the council.
Okay, well,
Wait a minute.
let me chime in real quickly, Mr. Chair. Let me start by saying that any time the board's attorney is scheduled to be on the agenda more than once, it could bode for a long day, but I will try to be
Pull
brief.
that microphone closer to you, Mr.
I
Stevens.
will try to be brief, at least on this one. The legal update, I think when we last met, we got a brief legal update from David Sandino, the DWR Chief Counsel, on
Pull the microphone closer.
on the
Thank you.
Wanger litigation. There was a preliminary injunction that was that had just come down with regard to the salmon cases, and I think the day after, or the day 2 days after, a similar decision on the smelt cases, and the parties had agreed to try to negotiate behind the scenes. Actually, the judge had nudged them in that direction to try to come up with reasonable limitations on the pumping restrictions through the end of June that were imposed by these biological opinions. And my understanding, Joe can correct me if I'm wrong, that the parties had met on several occasions, and my understanding was that they hadn't yet come to any decisions on some agreement with regard to lifting the pumping restrictions. In any event, those pumping restrictions, for the most part, are lifted at the end of June anyhow.
Lifted meaning?
Lifted in that the restrictions that are in the
Would have
permits
terminated under
would have
their own
terminated
terms.
at the end of June anyhow. So in any event, the judge, the significance was that the pendulum in this very important set of litigation before Judge Wanger had appeared to shift more towards the water users. They were successful in convincing the judge that they would ultimately be successful in their claims regarding NEPA, which is the environmental review under federal law that the judge had ruled the federal agencies had failed to comply with, and also the Federal Endangered Species Act. The judge had some strong words with regard to what he saw as inadequate use of best available science by the federal government in issuing these new permits. So I think the prominence of these two preliminary injunctions was that the judge was sending us a clear signal that, at least in his view, the plaintiffs, the water users in this case, would ultimately be successful in challenging the adequacy of these two very important permits that allow the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project to pump water to export.
Okay, questions? Mr. Roos Collins?
Chris, we will take action today on our science board. Is there any overlap between our science board and this litigation?
Well, it's interesting that the CalFed science program, which is very well esteemed in my humble opinion, and from what I hear from my colleagues out there, actually played a part in reviewing portions of these biological opinions before they became final. So our independent science board that will hopefully be established here shortly is charged with reviewing all of the science out there with regard to delta-related water and ecosystem issues. And there may be some overlap with regard to the big issues underlying this litigation. Of course, as you know, the ultimate issue with regard to the Endangered Species Act that the judge focused in on was whether or not the federal government used best available science that was before it, or that could have been before it at the time it issued the permits. And The federal government did take many steps this time before it issued its new permits to make sure that its biology and its science was peer-reviewed, that it went through actually several layers of review. But the judge obviously has the final say, at least with regard to this stage of the litigation, and he didn't think that the permits were based on best available science. So there is, of course, the potential for interplay, and we'll see. Good question, though.
Okay, other questions, Mr. Stevens? Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, down to file item 4B, follow-up informational requests from council.
We have included in your package something that I think we're going to do at every meeting, follow up on informational requests from the council. We just want to make sure that that was responsive. I have already a new request for a summary list of responsibilities that kind of are delegated to us from the CalFed program, so that we can have a comprehensive list. Things like the one we found out about last week, where the contract, our proposed grant contracts came to the council for approval. So we'll have that for the next meeting, and it'll be included in there.
Can I ask you about paragraph 12 of the report here? Draft a
Certainly.
letter to send to each public agency regarding their assistance and involvement with the development of the Delta Plan, and the response was underway and expected to be completed before the June 2010 council meeting. Well,
It has not been completed yet. There are some 200 agencies in the Delta, and that has made it more challenging. So while the major agencies have all been notified, we have to notify also all of the reclamation districts. We have a number of parties, so it is not complete.
okay. I think it's important to get that formal notice out as rapidly as we can.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Agenda item C, Mr. Grindstaff.
Yes. Mr. Chair, as you see in our report, we received a request from the Delta Protection Commission, which we got last month just before the meeting, asking for $500,000 in funding for the beginning of their economic sustainability plan. We also had talked about funding for the independent consultant, and so I thought we would just bring those two things and something else that we'd already been planning on doing. I suppose individually none of these would require coming back to the council for approval. However, as a practice, I would like to bring items to the council that are significant and ask for your approval. So we're asking for approval to transfer funding to do interagency agreements so we can accomplish those three challenges. One is to have some additional funding for the Delta Plan contract. Two is to hire an independent consultant to assist the council with BDCP. And three is to transfer $500,000 to the Delta Protection Commission so that they can work on their economic sustainability plan.
Okay. All right, let's first get questions from members of the council. I think it makes sense to break them down by specific requests, get questions on that, and then go on to others. The first on your list is BDCP-related work, $300,000. And this is pursuant to the council previous action to carve out from our contract with CH2M Hill any work related to our roles, Ray BDCP, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and instead to retain independent consultants to advise us on our roles.
That's correct.
Okay.
And there is a further item where we discuss that at some length later on in the agenda.
Yeah. And this is, I gather, a preliminary starting estimate you're making of the money needed.
And this is really just the money needed to get us through the next few months. This is the ultimate, my estimate of how much that will cost us is probably significantly higher than $300,000. These funds, in all three of these cases, are not going to be sufficient for these projects to be fully completed. It's not going to be enough for the Delta Protection Commission, I don't believe, to complete their plan. It's not going to be enough for us to complete the Delta plan, and it's not going to be enough for the independent review. It will, however, be enough to get started and to carry us through for the next 2 to 3 months until such time as the state budget is adopted.
But it is also clear that this first $300,000 for BDCP-related work is within the budget previously authorized for the consultant contract. That is, we're hiring consultants directly, but the work, the payment for that work at our direction comes from the amount that's allocated to the original contractor's contract, the CH2M Hill universe. Or is this on top of it?
This is, if you'll recall, in the original contract, I think we awarded a contract for $9.5 million, and it is within that $9.5 million.
That was not entirely clear from the memo.
So, yes.
I just want to make that clear. Okay.
So it's in addition to the $2 million that was our original task order. So,
and that was
$2
$2 million for CH2M Hill.
For CH2M Hill.
All right. So we're still within the projected budget.
But still within the 9.5,
okay.
Yes.
Questions on this expenditure first by council members? Mr. Bruce Collins. Turn the mic on, please.
The term is stated as June 24th to June 30th.
Because the way we actually will do this is we will transfer the contract and encumber the funds. Once we've signed the task order, then that it can actually be expended over the next 2 or 3 months.
Okay, so the actual term for the work is through
longer,
the end of summer?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nordhoff, did you have a question? No. All right. Since we're calling for action, I'm just going to ask for public. Is there any public comment on this recommendation? The $300,000 advance from the previously authorized sum. Any comment? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? Ms. Gray, second. Mr. Natoli, call the roll. Supervisor?
Aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Okay, 7-0 on that. Second expenditure for the Delta plan itself that we have to do, a $500,000 marking, Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, this is just essentially more of the same thing. We have funding that we had originally identified that we wanted to spend on the Delta plan. Because we have these other items, I thought it would be good to bring it back to the council. I always want to be more open rather than less and say we want to transfer $500,000 to do a task order. I believe this one, is this one on? Oh, well, anyway, to do task orders which should allow us to do work into September.
Again, all part of the same universal
All part
budget
of the same.
we've already approved.
Yes.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this issue? On this issue? Okay, is there a motion by the... Mr. Nordhoff, second Mr. Bruce Collins.
Natoli, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Okay, thank you. Then the last expenditure is the Economic Sustainability Plan support from the council to the Delta Protection Commission. Would you, Mr. Grindstaff, like to summarize that again, please?
Yes, this is work. The Delta Protection Commission had requested 2 items from the council. One was $100,000, and combined with the other state agencies, we contributed $86,000, as I recall, at the last meeting. They also asked for $500,000 so they could get started on their economic sustainability plan. Again, it's critical that this plan be completed in time to be considered by the council as part of the Delta plan. So we think it's important that we go ahead and do this interfund or interagency transfer to the Delta Protection Commission so they can get started with that. Therefore, we're recommending that we transfer $500,000 to the Delta Protection Commission so they can start this project.
This expenditure, however, was...
This
is
was
coming
not-
out of, this is coming out of salary savings and other monies that we have available, which will not be available next year because you only get to spend that money once. Unless we have further departures of staff, right?
Right. And if we have further departures, I'm hopeful that we can fill those positions. And actually, my hope is we have been filling positions over the last couple of months to try and staff up to be able to accomplish the mission of the council. So this kind of funding is a one-time.
Okay. All right, Mr. Natoli?
Yes, I would just like to thank the chair and certainly Mr. Grindstaff for working with the chair of the commission, but also with our staff. I'll just say that the DPC is in session this evening, and we're prepared to go forward immediately with the work on the economic sustainability plan, and this will allow us to move forward very quickly and hopefully dovetail in with the preparation of the Delta plan later this year on behalf of the Stewardship Council. But I want to thank folks for their efforts. I know it's been a scramble to make this happen.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this issue? Yes, sir. Please use a microphone right here.
Good morning. My name is Bob Whitley. I'm with Whitley Birch & Associates, but here today as co-chair of the Contra Costa Council's Water Task Force. And we're very much aware of the Commission's activities and kicking off the economic sustainability plan, very supportive of that efforts, and we'll be appearing this evening as well in support of your activities. So we're very supportive of providing the seed money for them to get going.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else in the audience like to speak on this issue? Pleasure of the council. Mr. Natoli, you want to move it?
Do I need to make...
Oh, you can.
Well, he can.
I just need to make a declaration that there is no conflict of interest on
There's
this.
no personal.
No personal.
Check with the legal
Yeah.
counsel. Okay. Mr. Johnston. Mr. Johnston moves, Mr. Natoli seconds. Let's call the roll. Mr. Natoli.
Totally aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Okay, 7-0. We've got that done. Okay.
I have some
I'm sorry, Ms.
comments
Gray.
I wanted to make. I know that we're making some, taking actions on some significant funding sources, and I'd like to see a list of those action items that we take as it relates to funding, that we actually carve them out as it relates to how do they fit into the overall plan, because everything is very complicated, and so I think it would make sense, any action we take, especially with funding sources, that we have a list. I know that you have an executive summary that describes all of that, but it would be helpful, I think, if we could just have something that shows the action that we took fits in directly with the final plan, our final goal. Is that something that could be done?
I think it is, and actually next month, we're scheduled to come back with an update of all contracts and financial activities.
That may be the right place to do it. We've agreed every 3 months, I think it is.
Yes.
We're going to do a formal listing of contracts made, awarded, and so on and so forth, and let's use that as a test to see whether that's the right vehicle to do what you want to do.
See if we accomplish what you want with
Okay.
the
Thank
report
you.
that we make
Okay.
next month.
And let's add that to members' requests so we don't lose track of it. Mr. Bruce Collins.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Don, I do have a question about the economic sustainability plan, which I consider to be a truly vital element of our Delta plan. What is your anticipated schedule for drafting that plan?
We actually have a committee of the commission that's been interviewing potential consultants. I believe they're prepared to, and I think I saw an email yesterday that indicated that they've got a selection recommended to the commission. And we want to, certainly the part of the haste is to inform the Delta plan. So we would be working on a course that would at least allow us to, again, how our consultant would bring it forward relative to phases. But we want to inform the draft Delta plan. So we're going to work as quickly as possible to do that. We didn't have until July 1st of next year, obviously, to under the legislation to complete it. But we recognize that as quickly as things are moving, that we're going to need to over the course of the summer. So that was part of the urgency. So I can report back maybe even as early as tomorrow with a schedule, if that would be appropriate, since we're meeting this evening.
That would be terrific.
Okay.
That would be very helpful.
Good.
Okay. Mr. Fiorini, did you have a question? Okay. All right. Mr. Grindstaff, anything else under Executive Director's report?
I think not at this point. One thing that I would like the council members to think about, perhaps for next month's meeting, is finance. We have been requested to create a zero-based budget moving forward next year, and from the legislature. This has to work together with our CalFed expenditures, because we had CalFed. I think I mentioned to you that if you looked at what was in the CalFed budget last year, it would have been almost $1 billion. So I think the legislature wants a zero-based budget, not just from us, but
Well,
from...
fortunately, we have the former chair of the Senate Finance Committee here to explain to us what a zero-based budget is? Not now, but later.
Well, and the governor's office actually is trying to coordinate this because it's several agencies, not just our agency,
Yeah,
in terms of how we would do that response. So my thought is, once we have that kind of direction about how all of the related agencies do that response, it might be something that we'd want to have a couple of members involved in, so you see the budget up front. And if that's something you want to do, I'd suggest we talk about it at next month's meeting.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to file item 5, which is the consent calendar, and the only item there are the minutes of the previous council 2-day meeting in May. Any comments or questions by members of the council?
Mr. Chair, if I could?
Yes, Mr.
I thought the minutes were very helpful. It would be, I think, useful if at the end of it, when we adjourn, actually have the time of adjournment, just so, because we did actually go long on Friday.
Yeah, we
so,
did.
Yeah,
We
so,
did.
But it just said adjourned, and I would think it'd be helpful to show time of adjournment.
Good point. Mr. Grindstaff, I just noted, maybe this is wrong, that we said we created a committee to do BDCP-related work, but you did not include in the minutes the designation of our vice chair and Mr. Johnston as the members of that committee. And it seems to me you probably ought to plug that in.
We will add that.
Thank you.
I would mention that it would be really helpful to our preparation of the meeting minutes if all of the people that come and speak up here would fill out cards so it assists our staff and so they can write their name down. And
Or, we could put a glass jar down there and they could drop business cards in and there could be a raffle at the end of the day. Would that
So Pat is always telling me that I should ask people to do that, so I'll take this opportunity to...
Okay. That is a good suggestion. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of all of this after the fact. Anyone in the audience like to speak to us on the minutes? Okay, I think we can just do this verbally. Any objection to approving the minutes with the corrections noted and to be made by staff? Any objection? Okay, without objection, unanimous consent on the minutes. File item number 6, interim lead scientist report. Mr. Dom.
Thank you to the council. I wanted to briefly summarize the information that's in the 2-page overview of the interim lead scientist report that was provided to you. Basically 2 items I'd like to cover a little bit. This is a follow-up to some of the discussion that we had in our last council meeting about the BDCP, Bay Delta Conservation Plan Program. I wanted to provide a little information about how the Delta Science Program has been involved in some of the science-related issues that concern the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. We've had some involvement here over the last year and a half, starting initially with my participation on a panel to provide some guidance as to how to effectively do adaptive management related to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. There was a group of 9 of us that met for a period of about a month and came up with a report that I believe is actively being incorporated into the Bay Delta Conservation Plan as we move forward. More recently, we were asked to provide a review of a mechanism called a logic chain that's being used to go through the various objectives, conservation measures, monitoring programs, and adaptive management components of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, and to use this logic formula to come up with an assessment of how this will affect the various threatened and endangered species within the system. We convened a panel of 4 external experts to provide some information to help guide them, and that information has now been incorporated into some active ongoing efforts to populate these logic chains. I believe they've finished up or are about to finish up 2 of the species, I think fall-run chinook and splittail, and they'll be continuing to do those kind of analyses on the rest of the threatened and endangered fish species within the Delta. We also recently have been asked to be involved in a number of additional advisory roles and reviews. They are listed there in the documents that were provided to you. Once these 11 logic chains are populated and completed, we've been asked to do a follow-up review of that completed effort. We've also been asked to do a review of the effects analysis that is being developed basically to look at how all these various conservation measures are being proposed within BDCP actually might affect these various species positively and negatively going forward. And we've also been asked to help with a variety of advisors that might also come in and help at different places. These would be standing advisors that would be identified by the science program and then would work with the BDCP people to help them in evaluating some of their scientific efforts moving forward. So that's related to some of the efforts of the science program linked to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. I also wanted to just briefly highlight a meeting that Anke Mueller-Solger, the lead scientist for the Interagency Ecological Program, and I attended here week before last in Santa Fe, New Mexico. This was a joint meeting of two of the largest aquatic ecology scientific societies. They're both have names that would make you think that they're U.S.-based, but they really are quite international. I think 20 to 30% of the membership is outside of North America. I presented a joint plenary talk with Stuart Bunn, the director of the Australian Rivers Institute, and also participated in a special session where we looked at science and management interfaces, and I presented some of the ongoing efforts here in the California Delta. Anke Mueller-Solger was invited to participate in a celebration of the career of Charles Goldman, a distinguished professor at the University of California, Davis, who has been actively involved in work at Lake Tahoe and at Clear Lake for over 60 years. And she actually then gave a talk where she focused on how her training academically has helped her bring her scientific information base to work on the Delta, and presented a talk that was titled Castle Lake Lessons for Doing Science in the California Delta. I wanted to highlight this and these kind of meetings to the councils because it is my personal opinion that this kind of engagement with national and international leaders in scientific fields is important for the quality and for the best available science moving forward in the Delta. Just to give you a sense of why I think this is important, here are just a few of the plenary talks that were given as leads to that meeting. One of them, of course, focused on the oil spill in the Gulf and how science is basically providing the information base to decide what the impact of this spill is, really getting that kind of baseline condition as we move forward for the decision making as to how to make some very difficult decisions about both cleanup and also about some of the liability issues moving forward. One of the other plenary talks was on the interface between agriculture and aquatic ecology and how to make that interface work more smoothly and more effectively. Steve Carpenter from the University of Wisconsin gave an excellent talk on some work he's been doing in Sweden, basically looking at these kind of issues on a global perspective. Another talk was on emerging contaminants in personal care products and other types of contaminants and how they affect aquatic ecosystems. Emma Rossi Marshall's point, I think, was a very important one, and that is we do a lot of work on toxicology, but we rarely link the toxicology to the actual ecological conditions within the systems that we're studying, and that needs to be done more effectively. And then finally, another one of the plenaries was on algal toxins and harmful algal blooms. And this was actually given by one of the leading scientists from the Netherlands. Your last council meeting, you heard from a representative from the Netherlands. Ellen van Donk was our speaker that talked about harmful algal blooms because they are very much an issue in Europe as they are in the United States. And then there were 2 days of special sessions on multiple stressors, quite the buzzword here in the Delta, but this idea of trying to understand how multiple stressors affect systems is something that's an ongoing effort worldwide. And I just want to emphasize that those kind of professional activities do enrich our science program and our science program staff, and we hope that we'll be able to support those kind of efforts in the future. And then finally, we're also going to be asked, our independent science board, to do a review of the Bay Delta Conservation Program when it comes out with its EIR-EIS in 2011, and that provides me a segue, assuming that there are, I'm going to open it up to questions first, but a segue also to the next agenda item, which is to ask your approval of the Independent Science Board
All right, let's
membership.
see if there are questions first on this. Mr. Johnston, Mr. Nordhoff, Mr. Roos Collins.
Thank you, Cliff. It's nice to know, the activities, and I think everybody here supports your involvement in all these international activities and interaction with global scientists. But is there anything that you learned over the last month by attending these things that you'd like to share with us to make our job a little easier, to give us some insights? Or are there any of these presentations that you have hard copy of or electronic copies of that you think it would be interesting for us to know and to read?
Most certainly, I can provide you. I believe all of the plenary lectures were recorded and are being placed on the web, so I can provide you the link to that. Certainly, one of the plenary lectures that resonated most with me was the one by Emma Rossi Marshall, and that is that we really need to get after the ecological impacts of some of these other contaminants that are being placed in our waterways. And so I think that one is, she did a very nice job of actually coming up with a way forward to make progress on that. And I want to follow up, and I'd actually like to bring her out as a seminar speaker.
Okay. Mr. Roos Collins.
Cliff, your report on request for review by our Independent Science Board got me to thinking, what's their time and financial budget?
The timeline is tight. They really would like most of these reviews to be occurring within the next 2 to 3 months, so we're actually talking about a fairly tight review time schedule. The resources to provide the ability to do these reviews are being worked on and should be in place shortly.
Who does the Independent Science Board report to within the Council to determine whether to accept a request like this?
I would assume I report to the Council as a whole.
But the Board then talks with you, and then you report to us?
I'm sorry, the Independent Science Board?
Yes.
That has yet to be established?
Yes.
I believe the Independent Science Board is, in the structural relationship, it links directly to the Council.
Well, Cliff, let me be more direct. I think that each of these requests are consistent with our statute and appropriate. That said, I'm concerned about our Independent Science Board having a full dance card before we even get to the drafting of our plan, and of course we intend to draft our plan by November. So who oversees the allocation of time by the Independent Science Board as between these requests and other tasks such as our drafting the plan?
Yeah, let me clarify one thing here that may not have been clear in my comments, is that these requests for reviews are for us to constitute independent review panels to do the reviews or to identify expert advisors to advise in the process. Those are not the Independent Science Board. The Independent Science Board that we are asking you to approve coming forward, as to what their agenda and what items they will be working on, that is something that is not yet determined and is something where the Council should have direct input, and they have not been identified as the review component of these of the reviews that we're talking about that might be done by independent review panels or by advisors that are selected for their scientific expertise.
Mr.
That is
Grindstaff.
separate from the Independent Science Board.
They do have some specified roles in law, however, and in particular, reviewing the EIR, EIS
That's correct.
is called out in statute that the Independent Science Board should perform.
And that looks like an activity for 2011 based on the timetable that I'm aware of.
We had a very limited discussion of this same subject, I think, at our first meeting, but don't hold me to this. And I think I'd suggested either then or later to Mr. Grindstaff, it might be logical to lay out in our council rules some more elaboration of the responsibilities and duties. I think the statute is pretty comprehensive, and it's clear that the CalFed Bay Delta Science Program becomes the science program that we're involved in, and the Independent Science Board under CalFed will be is morphing into the independent science board we're about to create, but I think it could well afford to have a more definitive statement. Maybe the rules aren't the right place to do it. Mr. Stevens?
Well, I think Cliff can correct me if I'm wrong. As we speak, the science program is drafting up a set of a draft charge for the independent science board, which is something that we had for the Cal-Fed science board, and will lay out kind of the bylaws and the rules and conflict of interest rules for the board. And I think it'll become clear. Obviously, we haven't appointed the board yet, but I think, Richard, your point is well taken. This is a lot of staff in Cal-Fed or Delta Science staff instituting science review panels and the such. But and it's related to a topic that we'll come to later in the agenda, where we are going to take a look at a draft scoping letter, some comments with regard to our CEQA responsible agency role in BDCP, and some of the recommendations have to do with science review of various deliverables or stages in the BDCP process. A couple of the recommendations to have the IEP review the effects analysis, and to have perhaps a more broad National Academy review letter report on the draft EIR, but we'll get to that later.
And Chris is correct. We are working on both guidelines and charge, which we will share with the council for your input at the next meeting.
Cliff, I understand that our board has not yet been appointed, and yet, according to your report, we have two requests to the program, the science program or the science board, related to the BDCP plan development, and a request for review of all compliance documents. Then I look at the statute, and specifically Section 85255, the charge in 85280, and it's quite broad. And I'm simply advising you of my concern that our science board needs to have in place procedures that allow it to basically allow it to prioritize the request and the tasks that are before it. Otherwise, I am concerned that our science board will not be able to do all that's requested of it. And I say that understanding that we haven't yet constituted the board.
Mr. Grindstein?
Yeah, actually, this makes me think about my role in how this is an example of the transition from a State Department, whereas the director, I made decisions, and when somebody came in and requested something, and the science board came to me and said, we'd like to do this, or Cliff or Anka or Lauren came to me and said, we want to do this, this is where the money's going to come from, I would say yes or no. The relationship has changed, and we now have a board, and we need to think through that process. Our typical response in the past has been if an outside enterprise brings in a request for an independent science board because they trust our ability to get the best scientists and do high-quality work in a quick amount of time, we've typically said, first, show us your money, and then, pardon my... But money's always been a factor in this. We typically have wanted them to help reimburse us for that, and then obviously it takes our staff time to set up bringing in these scientists and trying to organize something like that, and that has been a challenge. So I think your point's well taken, that if we actually have a process that comes to the council and we can actually lay out how this will work and have the independent science board clarify its role in this whole thing, I think that's a good thing, and it's part of this transition from being a department with one person that can make the decisions to this entity with new responsibilities that are broader. And so
But it emphasizes the fact that the need for a report, possible council rules, certainly practices, policies, and a document that everybody can look at and comment upon is very important, and important to get it done as soon as possible. Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I think the important point, though, to keep in mind is that the Independent Science Board is something that's separate from the science program staff, which is setting up a lot of these review panels. We have in place mechanisms, as Joe said, to set up review panels for various topics at a more staff level. But the Independent Science Board is obviously has its own separate charge. It's a broad view of kind of the adaptive management and other programs in the Delta, and it has to take a big picture view of everything that's going on. And you're right, they have to prioritize. But it is separate from the science program, its staff, and the review panels and peer review that it sets up.
Mr. Chairman, I have one last comment and
Yes, sir.
one last question on this, and thank you for your patience. The comment, Joe, goes to show us your time. I understand show us your money, but assuming we act on the recommendations before us, I know several of the scientists, and the limiting factor will be their time. That's what I'm asking about. How do they establish priorities for their time, given the breadth of their mandate and the urgency of the schedule? Which leads to a question. Chris, as a matter of law, is this board independent of our oversight with respect to their priorities, or is it independent instead of other agencies? What is independent modifying?
A topic of hot debate, especially if you talk to the scientists. I believe that they report to you, and I will leave it at that. I think that they're independent in terms of the topics that they can choose to review. The statute is broad, but I think that implicit in the broad nature of the statute is that they have to prioritize.
Yeah, I believe the statute has specifically that they will review the EIR, EIS of the BDCP, and that they will review all major science programs working within the Delta on a 4-year rotational basis.
Thank you.
When the policy comes back, I'll just add a note. I'm inclined to favor a very strong statement of the right of scientists serving on the board to exercise their independent judgment. I don't know how to write that. There certainly must be prominent standards on scientific organizations and associations which recommends that. But one of the most important things to me is to have a supporting statement that underlines that fact and have it somewhere in policy. And the need to do it rapidly is obvious. Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Dom, how about going on to item number 7, which is the Science Board appointments themselves?
Okay, this is an action item requested of the Council. We are requesting that the Council approve the following resolution, that the Delta Stewardship Council appoints to the Delta Independent Science Board the 10 applicants identified in the report. They are Brian Atwater from the U.S. Geological Survey, Elizabeth Conuel from the College of William and Mary, Tracy Collier from the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, Mike Healy from the University of British Columbia, Emeritus, Edward Hood from the University of Maryland, Judy Meyer from the University of Georgia, Emeritus, Jeff Mount from the University of California, Davis, Richard Nordgaard from the University of California at Berkeley, Vincent Resch from the University of California at Berkeley, and John Weens with the Point Reyes Bird Observatory Conservation Science Program.
Now, the nominees have been publicly available since what date, Mr. Dom? It was prior to our last
Just prior
meeting.
to our last meeting.
So it's been out there for 5
in
weeks
May,
now?
so it's been available now for about 5 weeks.
Okay, all right. Okay, questions, Mr. Johnston?
Are the scientists a pool of experts, some of which at any given time will be working on a project? Dr. Dom?
My vision of the Independent Science Board is that they will meet 2, maybe 3 times annually as a group to consider issues that have been brought to them for consideration, some of which are mandated, some of which may come from the Council, and that they will also be a standing body that if we have need for expertise in a specific area where 1 or 2 of the members of the Independent Science Board have that expertise, we can go to them for input.
On the major responsibilities, such as review of the DDCP, will it be expected that all will participate?
Yes, I would say that for those kind of major items, all 10 of the Independent Science Board members would participate and would be involved in the review.
So perhaps in the information that's going to be written about how they're going to operate, this will be part of it. What I think satisfied my concern is that you have busy, world-renowned scientists from different parts of the country. Is it likely in practice that a small number will be the ones who actually do everything and the others will defer to them?
That would not be my preference. I want this to be a group of scientists that work interactively and all are engaged. I would not have selected them if I didn't feel like they were willing to commit the time and energy to be engaged as a group, not just having one or two drive the show.
Thank you.
Mr. Nordhoff, did you have a question?
Really, just a comment, Cliff. I think these people are beautifully at the top of their games and their fields, and I think the fields are very, very broad. I still I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that we don't have any international representatives other than the fellow from Vancouver.
I guess our Canadian might disagree with you on that. But
yeah, I said other than. But I mean, Vancouver is kind of like pretty close to us, closer than Australia or the Netherlands. And I know you made an effort here, but if there is an opportunity in your travels, to add someone like that who has the really good practical experience of dealing with some of these problems, really in the field, in another country, I think would be great.
I concur. I mean, the Netherlands with their work on levees and shoring up the infrastructure that's related to water being world-class, and the Australians having really dealt with issues of drought and water allocation, and having that kind of expertise available to us on the board would be great. And I'll continue to, if we have openings, I'll continue to look for those kinds of individuals.
And if you don't have an opening, we can't add any more.
State statute says up to 10.
We're capped at
That's what I
10.
thought.
Mr. Roos-Collins?
Cliff, do you have an understanding with each of these 10 as to the minimum time commitment?
When I talked to them individually to recruit them to be on the board, I had told them that I thought they would be looking at spending about a month a year of their time. That was my estimate. I don't know if that is an accurate estimate, but that's the kind of commitment I asked of them, and that's the kind of time that I hope they'll commit to this. And it may grow beyond that, but that's certainly the number I started with when I discussed the position with them.
Will that be written into the contract?
Yes, they will need to be contracted.
No. Will that time commitment be written into the contract?
I am not the person to ask about contracting information, so we can get you that information, but I have fastidiously avoided getting involved in contracting as the lead scientist, and I really can't answer your question.
That's like a lawyer saying he fastidiously avoids getting involved in science, right? Mr. Fiorini, did you have a question? No. Ms. Gray?
No, just a comment. I'm glad that we did wait for another 30 days to make sure the public was aware of some of the folks who were nominated to serve on the board. Like Mr. Nordhoff, I think that we have a broad representative geographically and certainly expertise-wise, so I move that we approve this item.
Before we get to that, let's get questions, and I have to
Okay.
have audience reaction.
Sure.
I just have one question. Mr. Wiens intrigued me only because the phrase landscape ecology was one, prior to reading it 5 weeks ago, I had not run into, and it's intriguing. Tell me again what it means and why it's an emerging specialty.
Yeah, the reason that I was very enthused about getting John Wiens onto this board was that he is one of the world leaders in a field called landscape ecology, which emerged mostly in the 1980s. And it basically realized the fact that a lot of scientists work at the small scale and the short term. They rarely work at the large scale and the long term. And to be able to think at large scales and be able to work across multiple system boundaries is an area that initially I think was developed as a field in Europe, where they had very managed systems and became popular first in the Ivy League schools in the United States, and then was picked up here in the western United States as we began to deal with some of these complex management of public lands issues. John Ween was a leader in that and published one of the most cited papers out of the United States in this area of landscape ecology. So landscape ecology is really mostly thinking about ecological processes and ecological conditions at a much larger scale over a much longer period of time. And he, for example, was the lead scientist for 6 years with the Nature Conservancy back in Washington, D.C., and a lot of what he was doing there was trying to consider what was the best portfolio of land to conserve biodiversity at these larger scales, and that's the kind of expertise he would bring to the panel.
You know, the thing that just draws me to it is that is almost on point with the notion of a Delta plan, a comprehensive and enforceable planning document that I'm just pleased that somebody with that orientation is involved in the discussion, and I look forward to meeting him. Anyway, Mr. Natoli.
I was going to just ask about that too, because it's the first time I'd seen the landscape ecology, and Phil covered pretty much my question. But I was going to ask, just as it relates to agriculture and that interface within the landscape, the working landscape, is there background either with Mr. Weens or somewhere here, certainly as it relates to science, but when you've got a broad spectrum here, but that is a key piece within the framework of the Delta. And there, as you're well aware, even from a scientific standpoint, there are conflicts at times between certain aspects of restoration. Do you think that's sufficiently covered, not just with his background, but do you have that here, Cliff, to draw upon as you look at the whole land? But that landscape is what caught my eye. So.
I think there are three people in particular I would point you to that have some experience with this. Judy Myers has been one of the leaders at looking at the interface between aquatic systems and the human dimension, both agriculture and urban. Okay. And so that's one of the areas she's very well known for. And then the other person, Tracy Collier, basically ran a lot of the Puget Sound type of science that was being done by the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, and was again thinking at this combination of forestry, agriculture, urban, and wildlands, and how to manage those kind of large-scale systems. So those, in addition to John Weens, would be the three that I think would bring some of that expertise to the panel.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's questions from us. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to the council on this proposal? Yes, Mr. Rosecrans. Hard to see you when you're sitting up front. So.
Thank you. Spreck Rosecrans, Environmental Defense Fund. I'll fill out the card after I speak. I just want to say that one of the fundamental decisions that this council will make will be to evaluate a Bay Delta Conservation Plan, which is likely to include a peripheral canal or tunnel under the delta of significant size, and that canal will have assumed operational rules with adaptive management that could then, as the world unfolds, change how that canal will be operated. There's a fundamental tension within the Bay Delta Conservation Plan as to what degree might one expect the operations to change as one learns from building such an unprecedented facility. Will you, and back to the issue at hand, will you be able to get timely feedback on that adaptive management portion of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan from this science panel? That's something you should be asking. You should be assured that you can get an answer to that.
Yeah, the statute says the Delta Science Program shall assist with development and periodic updates of the Delta Plan's adaptive management program. You're absolutely correct. That's a requirement of law, but part of the process and perhaps part of the report that's coming back to us on how to organize and make sure the science component functions ought to be some speculation about how they would at each major key intersection point deal with it. Back to Mr. Bruce Collins' point of time, availability, this could rapidly turn into full-time activity for people who are not getting anywhere close to full-time compensation, and we would be down to 0 independent members of the Science Board, I suspect. Good point. Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is John Zabelian. I'm from Lake County. I have one question needed to be clarified since I come from the most polluted mercury lake in the world. It is a suggestion, the Delta Independent Council, would they be working in conjunction with a new proposed independent consultant assistance to the council? Are you suggesting that these two science groups will be working together on a project, or will be an independently studying the same subject for the purpose to be able to consult to the independent council here?
Let me ask for clarification, please. There is the Delta Independent Science Board, which we are discussing now,
Right.
which is a board to provide oversight for the science that involves the Delta. What is the other entity you're speaking
That
of?
is the independent consultant for
Independent
Bay Conservation.
consultant.
That is a separate individual. Council's
Right.
already done that.
Right.
And it involves skills that include, but are not limited to, scientific knowledge. And that role is to advise the council as to how we respond, given our obligations under law with regard to Bay Delta Conservation Plan.
Well, my understanding is also that there will be a consultant to the project BDCP, which I already went through it and studied.
Well, they have lots of consultants to BDCP. The consultants we are talking and will retain, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Fiorini, or the committee doing that, are to advise us on what are our council's legally obligated roles, which are to first comment as a responsible agency under California environmental law on BDCP, and second, to serve as a potential appellate body from the BDCP decision by the Department of Fish and Game. The consultant who advises us will not be a consultant also working for the Bay Delta Conservation Plan.
Okay.
The word independent is a little confusing, I agree, but it is designed to give us advice about our role.
That is exactly the point where I wanted to see an independent consultant having nothing to do with the Board of Science. They should have a knowledge within that field, but working independently, studying and giving their personal opinion to you directly apart from the group of science.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I may have other questions later time.
Okay.
Okay,
We're around.
I plan to stay all day. By the way, I did fill up the request to be a consultant yesterday.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. If you have a card to give to Ms. Rogers sitting there in front, she would deeply appreciate it. Okay. Anyone else like to speak to us on this pending action on selection of the committee? Anyone else like to speak to us? Okay. Pleasure of the council. Mr. Johnston moves the recommended 10 people.
Second
Ms.
the
Gray
item.
seconds. Discussion. Okay. Let's call the roll. Mr. Natoli.
Totally aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Norhoff, aye.
Johnston, aye. Good. Thank you very much. And if we can move ahead with developing the information, the suggestions, whether they're rules or not, whatever the procedures are, I think the sooner we get to that, the better, and we'll talk about when that comes back. It might even be the occasion where if you can get a draft operating set of rules out, say within 2 weeks, we post that independently on the web, solicit written comments, and, ask for, say, a 2-week period. So we might not act until August on that, but that would give people a time to digest the information. That's a possibility. Let's defer that judgment to staff.
We are working on the charge and the guidelines, and we'll incorporate what we heard in the discussion today to hopefully address some of the issues you raised.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to file item number 8, please. Administrative Procedures Governing Appeals. following Mr. Stevens' observation that if an attorney speaks more than once during a meeting, we're in for rough sledding. Is this the rough sledding, Mr.
This is
Stevens?
fun stuff, so.
Fun stuff. Okay.
And we're actually running ahead of schedule, so hopefully we'll
That is not an open invitation to talk
No,
endlessly.
no. We'll continue that. This won't take very much time. And let me start by saying what I intend to do is to lay out for the first time for your review.
This is not for action.
Not
This is
for
discussion,
action.
notice.
Just for review, some administrative procedures governing appeals. This is called for in our enabling statute, and I'll get to that in a second. But it, in sum, covers appeals of consistency determinations that are filed by state and local agencies with regard to proposed actions that may be covered by our Delta plan. So this will be rules that cover the consistency determinations, our consultations with the state and local agencies, the appeals, if they are filed, the written determinations that we make, as well as potential appeals regarding the BDCP, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. We've all alluded to that other part, a very important part of the law that in one short sentence provides that decisions of the Department of Fish and Game that the BDCP complies with the statutory requirements of the Delta Reform Act may be appealed to you, this council. And so what we try to do is lay out the procedure for those appeals. The nice thing about the statute is that it requires us to adopt these administrative procedures governing appeals, but it gives us an exemption from the normal state rulemaking process, which typically takes upwards of 6, 7, 8, 9 months sometimes. You have to file them, as we're doing with our conflict of interest code, which is a normal state rulemaking, as we will do with the Delta plan. It takes some time, has to go through the Office of Administrative Law. The legislature, in its wisdom, in requiring us to put together the administrative procedures governing appeals, gave us an exemption from that process. But what I'm recommending is that, given the importance of these rules, that we provide them first to you at this meeting so you can get some familiarity with the direction that I'm suggesting, that we take comments here at this meeting, and then ask for public comments perhaps within the next 2 to 3 weeks. I was initially going to suggest that we bring them back to you, a revised version if appropriate, for action at the July meeting, but now that we are meeting in the Delta, it may be an opportune time to actually bring back a revised version for that meeting and to get some input from the local Delta residents, because I really do think it's important. And I think it's consistent with the rulemaking process. Even though we have an exemption, we do want to elicit as much public comment on this as we can before I ask you in your wisdom to actually go ahead and adopt these things. It's important that we take a look at these now, since we're near in time to when the statute passed, when this is fresh in everybody's mind, what the legislature intended. So with that, I'd like to just walk you through first the staff report, which I tried to keep short, but I think that it kind of lays it out. Again, that the enabling legislation, what I call the Delta Reform Act, provides for a process to ensure the consistency of state and local public agency actions with the Delta plan. And I provide you with a citation in the law, as you're all well aware of. So state and local agencies have to file with the council what's called consistency determination. So they have to, based on the documents and the record before them, determine that their proposed actions are consistent with the Delta plan. And again, these appeals go to a time when the Delta plan is in place. So local agencies will be filing with us a consistency determination. And then the statute provides that any person may file an appeal with you. So you will be sitting as an appellate body hearing appeals, whether or not the state or local agencies were reasonable, based upon the record before them, with regard to their decision that their proposed action is consistent with your Delta plan. And again, the separate process, but very important, is the BDCP appeal process, a different part of the Delta Reform Act, but again, an appeal. What we try to do is provide sort of mirror image processes that everybody will be aware of. And again, at this stage, this is just for your discussion purposes. And I think at this point I'll open it up for some preliminary comments. But what I intend to do is walk through the draft rules real quickly. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. And you can ask me comments as we go through, and then we can ask for public comments.
Okay, members, how about this? Let's do overview comments and questions first, and then as Mr. Stevens goes through precise sections, we'll ask him questions as he goes along. Before we take a motion or take any action, we're going to ask for public comments and digest those as well. Any objection on that? Okay, overview comments. I want to make an overview comment. One of the things that frustrated me when I was a lawyer and rolling around the counties near Sacramento is that the courts of each county had different rules on when to file papers, when not to file papers, and so on. And the court system struggles with that. But I wonder whether there is a way to take the version of this that you're going to ask us to adopt and try to emulate to some extent in our other activities the patterns that are here. So, for example, it may be that 30-day, on a consistency determination, there's a 30-day notice required by the statute. It may not be that everything comes to us with a 30-day notice requirement, but I'd like to try to avoid in our council rules and our practices things which vary too much from this. I don't want to become overly legalistic, but I'd like to be able to deliver a product at the end of the public that is simpler to understand than not. And so the first suggestion to you is, will you think about the rules we're adopting here? I understand most of this is, if not the exact language, near the exact language of statutes, much of it anyway, and that we're stuck with that, but there may be other things we can do to pattern ourselves in a way so that we are more predictable in process, not in outcome, but in process. That's number one. And the other thing is, we've chatted about this a long time ago. I've always been interested in administrative bodies that are willing also to engage in and encourage what's called alternative dispute resolution. The conventional stuff is mediation or arbitration and all of it. I don't want to bind up the definition too much. It just seems to me that this or the council rules might be an appropriate place to make an offering on alternative dispute resolution, ADR in the vernacular. I don't know what the terms would be. I don't know the right positions, but it just seems to me it would be an opportunity we ought to take. Those are my starting comments.
Yeah, and I think those are great comments. With regard to the alternative dispute resolution, I think that you're dead on.
Dead on?
Spot on, as we say. Dead on.
Well, that
you're
clarifies
on point. You're on point, and I think that's important because I think one can envision or anticipate that there will be perhaps disputes as to whether or not certain projects are covered actions or not. The statute is silent on that, but perhaps we could play a productive role and add value to the process to try to resolve disputes before they end up in court. And that's just to take one example. The other example, to try to look at this in a broader picture and to make our other processes consistent with this, I think is important too, because later on, I guess tomorrow we'll talk about the interim plan. And what that means. And I think that everybody here envisions some kind of consultation role with regard to the interim plan and what we're looking for from state and local agencies, even ahead of the Delta plan. These rules again, are called for by statute, and they anticipate the Delta plan being adopted already. But, our role is active now because we're going to try to put together an interim plan. We're going to try to preview what's in the Delta plan, and we're going to try to add value to those agencies that are out there doing things now. So I think that you're right, that we should try to make whatever we do consistent, and so everybody's on the same page. So I will take that back and think about it.
Okay, overview, Mr. Fiorini.
Chris, are there other state agencies that perform similar appellate roles and with guidelines?
I believe that they do. Yeah. I think that they're not. We're a bit unique in that we don't issue permits, but the same sorts of appellate roles with regard to permitting. And I think that we can. Do you have a particular question?
Well, I was just wondering
or?
in terms of the language.
Well, the language is, as Phil alluded to, is pretty much taken out of the statute. So we do have a chapter in our statute that's relatively clear on the process that the legislature wanted us to go through. And so we've tried to stay true to the statute.
That's covered actions.
Covered actions are defined in the statute, but with regard to consistency of state and local agencies, and in our role in trying to make sure that that they file consistency determinations. What we've tried to do is add some meat to the bones and try to expand on the process. So, for instance, there would have to be posting of certifications ahead of time in draft form. We'd want an administrative record that was kind of attached and filed at the same time of the certification, the consistency determination. So, again, we tried to stay true to the statute, but just add a little more process.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, overview, comments, questions, Mr. Roos Collins.
Chris, does your warning about attorneys speaking more than once apply to members who may be attorneys?
I consider you a member, so.
I have 3 overview comments. The first goes to the definition of covered activities. I understand the definition is in the statute, and I understand that's why you didn't put it in the procedures. But I must say the definition in the statute, how to put this, will result in many disputes whether a particular action is covered or not.
Yeah.
And so I believe it will be helpful for us in our procedures to provide our understanding of the statutory definition. And I'd like for you to think about that. Let me give you one example. The definition of covered action in the statute has as its 4th criteria, will have a significant impact on achievement of one or both of the co-equal goals. If an action is determined not to have a significant impact on the environment, then I anticipate that the action agency will deem that not to be a covered action. And I anticipate that others who disagree with the sequel finding will view it as a covered action. So rather than wait for that fight to occur, it might be helpful for us to provide our interpretation of covered activity.
Or at least to help to mediate.
Yes, which leads to my second comment. The way that you've structured the section on review of covered actions generally suggests to me that we anticipate an agency submitting its consistency certification after its record of decision. Is that what you meant? And if so, I'd like for you to think further about timing, because the alternative dispute resolution the chairman is seeking, and that I wholeheartedly support, requires us to engage with the state or local agency before it adopts its record of decision. And to put that in positive terms, it seems to me it might be beneficial for a proposed consistency certification to be part of the draft decision, so that the council could consult on it, interested stakeholders could comment and so forth, rather than have it be a horse out of the barn situation.
Good point.
My last overview comment goes to the administrative record. And this may seem like a fine detail, but again, Mr. Chair, I'm thinking about time. If covered actions are defined broadly, this will be a large time sink for this council. And it seems to me that we should give some thought to the form of the administrative record to assure that it is usable by council members and not just by staff. And to be blunt, it seems to me that it should be an electronic form so that it is accessible by us no matter what its length, and hopefully indexed. Now, that's a technical detail that we can get into later, but it's pretty important to our being able to manage this responsibility effectively.
Let me ask you, I'll throw it back to you as the expert on administrative records in the CEQA context, but probably in other contexts as well. And that's a technical point, a logistical point that I think is well taken. But what are your ideas on the form of the administrative record? Because I think that it's important, and I can anticipate perhaps disputes over whether or not an administrative record is sufficient, whether or not it contains all the types of documents that one would reasonably expect to see on which to base a decision of consistency. Or do you have any thoughts off the top of your head, or maybe you can think about that?
Well, I do, which is why I'm raising this so early. It seems to me that the administrative record for the purpose of our consistency review should be the exact same record, which is the basis for review under CEQA or the organic statute of the agency. And for the covered activities or actions that I think are coming our way, that record often exceeds many, many thousands of pages. So how do we put that into an organized form that council members can digest and act on given the accelerated schedule for our decisions?
Other comments? Mr. Natoli.
I was going to reserve this as you went through, but it seems to me maybe a little bit broader than that. So under the covered actions, and this kind of comes from the local government perspective, but if I understand, and Mr. Bruce Collins kind of led me to think about this a little further, is that if a project as defined, and I guess we're going to have some more conversation in your response to Mr. Collins, but if a project goes through the review at the local level, let's say a land use project, of subdivision of some sort, and is cleared environmentally, decisions made to allow it to proceed, and we dealt with this at the Protection Commission where, and this gets to my question, is that how do you get out of this kind of circle of appeals where the local agency makes a finding of consistency, they approve the environmental document, it comes forward, in this case the DSC reviews that, sends it back. Is it such that the DSC has ultimate veto power over all those projects? Because it seems a bit silent as to what happens. I mean, you can just get into this endless, interminable back and forth, and I don't know how the statute deals with that, or maybe that's part of going to advise it, but it seems to me that with those projects, recognizing there'll be a Delta plan, there are general plans at the county, maybe other planning documents, the resource management plan for the Delta Protection Commission and so forth, which gets integrated into the Delta plan. I guess I'm trying to get some sense about, because as sure as we're sitting here this morning, there's going to be appeals to this council over time. And I'm trying to get some sense, though, what is the ultimate determinant? Is it the Delta plan that governs it, and any action by this council then is governed by that as once it's adopted? And if this council never found it to be consistent, then in essence that project is dead.
Well, again, I think that what we're doing is focusing in on the statute first and foremost. I think that the debate on this issue was at the legislature, and they've given us direction on what to do. And that, in my own thinking, what I do is I start with the legislative intent, which is right up in the front of the Delta Reform Act, that says the legislature intended to establish a new governance structure to adopt a legally enforceable Delta plan. I think that this is where the buck stops. I think that the onus is on us to make this work. We have to add value to a very complex system that has many moving pieces, and I think that we have to go out and we have to proactively consult ahead of time, as Richard and others are pointing out. We can't wait for records of decision to pass necessarily, and then to just put the halts on projects based upon our review. I think we have to be out there looking at projects as they're developed, working with state and local agencies to make sure that they know where we're coming from and where the Delta plan is. So I don't think that there's any intent to be a heavy hand or to be some kind of never-ending cycle of appeals. But at the same time, I think that the legislature is clear that they want a legally enforceable Delta plan. In fact, just to put a finer point on that, the legislature also required that the Delta plan be consistent with federal, what's called the CZMA, acronym CZMA, Coastal Zone Management Act, or an equivalent compliance mechanism under federal law. And this was to bring federal consistency of federal agency actions with the Delta plan. Well, as part of the CZMA, in order to get certified by the federal government as being in compliance with the CZMA, we have to have a fully enforceable Delta plan, or else they won't comply. They won't certify it under CZMA. So I think that the way that I read it is the legislature is clear they want a legally enforceable plan. That's your job to adopt it by a certain date, but it's all of our jobs to go out and proactively add value to this instead of just putting a halt to things.
On Mr. Natoli's point, this is pretty critical. As I understand it, a project is proposed that is a covered project, but what that is, as Mr. Roos-Collins said, may be in debate. And so a party that objects to it, even though it hasn't been reported to the council to determine that it's consistent, you have a question there is, well, is it within our jurisdiction or not? So I'm not clear how, it seems like this tab kind of starts with the appeals process, but how we get there is unclear to me. Secondly, if we're supposed to do it in 60 days, and some of these are potentially controversial issues, I mean, the Delta Protection Commission, we spent nearly 2 years on a rather small project. Not to say it was not significant, but you know, the stakes were a lot smaller than what we're potentially dealing with here. So, is it reasonable, Mr. Chair, to have a couple of examples rather than just sort of generalities, like what would happen in the case of this project coming forward and being appealed? How would it work? What's the information that we're going to look at? What are the rules? How are we going to do it in 60 days? And then, as Mr. Natoli said, let's say that in some case we say, well, it's inconsistent with the Delta plan. What happens then? Project stops? Do they change it? Do they come back? How soon can they come back? Do we do it all again? Well, you know, it can be extended beyond 60 days, which is an invitation to extend it for months and months and months, it seems to me.
Yeah, absolutely great points. And I think, again, I point you back to the statute because, you know, part of this debate did take place, and the legislature did actually put in time deadlines in the appeal process. And I'll just point you to the, I'm sure you have your statute there, but Chapter 3, starting with Water Code Section 85225, going to 85225.30, actually lays out the process. And again, what we tried to do was be true to the statutory scheme and add some meat to the bones. In fact, we tried to add a little flexibility for extensions of time. And I think that we'll put a refined edge. But if you just let me finish, I think that we realize the complexities, the potential complexities of some of these projects that are going to come to us, and I think that your point is very well taken, and I think that what we'll try to do is we'll run a proposed project through these rules, perhaps at our next meeting. We'll go through step by step and show you what
you're the lawyer. I'd be interested in somebody else on staff saying, here's the here's the example of a project. Here's a different example, and give them to you and have you apply the rules. But you don't devise the example. Somebody else devises them and say, okay, what happens if this project is proposed and this objection is made?
I'll even go better than that. We'll have somebody propose the examples, and the rules will be so well drafted that they can actually run through the steps with you, and I'll sit back
Is that a promise?
and answer questions. Again, Senator Johnston, we're Pat.
Anything.
I know. Pat doesn't
Judge
know.
Stevens? Excuse me.
No, I don't aspire to that. Pat, in fact, I used to staff his committee when I was at Ledge Council, and so I have the greatest respect for your abilities. So,
Yes.
in any event.
So that's a promise in the next draft.
Well, that. We will try to make it clearer, and we will try to run a few examples through and see where it takes us. Again, we're a bit hampered in that we were given deadlines by the legislature, but I think that we will refine this.
See, Mr. Natoli do not want to end up like the CEO of BP asking for our life back because we're in an endless appeal. Right. And then another and another, and they're on top of each other.
Right.
What? Mr. Roos-Collins.
Chairman Eisenberg has no life, so he doesn't care.
This is it.
Chris, I have two follow-up suggestions based on the further discussion. The first is that you consider a declaratory procedure where an appellant can object to an agency's treatment of an action as something other than a covered action and seek a ruling by this council. And there are alternatives to that procedure, but we need a procedure to resolve any disputes as to whether an action is covered. And as to Don's question, I ask that you look further at 85225.25, which requires an agency to prepare a revised consistency certification and file it with the council before taking the action. At least as I read that section, it begs the question, what happens if an appeal is filed of the revised consistency certification, which was Don's question? That's the do loop.
Yeah.
And so is there an end to that do loop?
Yeah, let me speak to that point. The intent here, again, going to the fact that the legislature, at least in my mind and in others, was clear that there is the need for a legally enforceable Delta plan, is that if there is a subsequent appeal of a revised consistency determination, that the agency does not go forward with its project until it addresses the concerns, assuming that the council determines that the appeal has merit and that the agency did not address those concerns. If there's a subsequent appeal, the council, again, hears the concerns and makes a determination, but that it could be a do loop, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a do loop. Well, the point is that the projects have to be consistent with the Delta plan. And I think that what we are looking at is a statute that was not absolutely clear. And in cases where it is not absolutely clear, you look to other places. And I think it is absolutely clear that the legislature wanted a legally enforceable Delta plan. And I think it's buttressed and enforced by the fact that we're supposed to comply with the federal CZMA, which in turn requires a legally enforceable Delta plan. So, we can all envision these never-ending cycles of appeals and litigation, but in the end, it's up to you and your Delta plan to set the rules.
And Chris, I agree with that. And here's Mr. Chairman, this is my last comment by way of overview. I do believe that the statute provides that an appeal may lie against a revised consistency certification. And at that juncture, in order for this not to become a do loop, the council needs a procedure to say, this is something new, or this is what we just ruled on. And if it's something new, the council should rule on it. And by contrast, if it's the same thing we just ruled on, we should have a procedure to say so.
Mr. Grindstaff.
I don't want to go back to the earlier request that you made. What I heard, not being an attorney, was that you wanted to have a two-step process, the first step being, is this a covered action? And that would require some definition of what a significant impact on the co-equal goals is, and whether it met any of the other criteria in statute. And then the second process would be, if it is a covered action, proceed with whether. No, I guess the first is it a covered action? The second part is.
You're getting. Let's
So I'm
not
confused.
try to
That's why I'm
draft it right now.
No. I understand the point.
I want to keep my comments at a distance, but I think the title, we're talking about something that's going to cause you to also change the title of whatever this turns out to be. This says Administrative Procedures Governing Appeals.
Well, this is taken from the statute.
No, I understand.
So.
And that would be part of the process. But my read is that if you listen to what's going on, and unstated in all of this is the legislature gave the council the right to sue, specifically, clearly, ultimately, and hopefully rarely, that is exercised. But it's not just consistency hearings and appeals. It is also, for lack of better words, the consultative, collaborative, reviewing, commentary process prior to the official legal steps that, if we work this out right, will be more important and will be the dominant aspect of it. And so as I keep structuring this in my mind, that this isn't the right phrase, I guess, but maybe it's good. The collaborative part to me is as important as the other things. And then you throw in the notion of alternative dispute resolution, which is either during collaboration or prior to the legal process starting. It's another way to solve problems without the necessity of great legal elaboration. And then you deal with the consistency and the appellate process. Now that's really interesting because it starts to pick up other themes in the legislation. The fact that we have to consider the recommendations of the Delta Protection Commission on primary, secondary zones. They have to prepare, and we have to consider the recommendations on economic sustainability. The fact we have to consider Delta Vision recommendations, the transportation plans, the endless things that are there. We're talking about putting some structure to that part of the statute, which hopefully means that we run into fewer occasions for the legalistic, quasi-judicial functions, which would be my desire, and hopefully almost never run into suits, but we still have that power. So as we talk about it, it's a much more general, I'd almost call it administrative procedures, of which appeals or covered actions are part, but they are not the starting point, because it's really, how do we conduct our business in a way to avoid all the legal fussing? Well, we know we'll have a lot of fussing anyway. I'd rather do fussing outside a legal hearing and in a collaborative fashion if it's at all possible.
Right. And I think I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think the value that we add up front will be the most important out of all of this. And again, the point of this was to introduce administrative procedures strictly governing appeals as required by the statute, and the title is taken from the statute, and we have an exemption from the normal rulemaking process for this.
Right.
But I think that all these points are great. Good discussion.
Okay. Let's do this. You wanted to walk through the specific sections?
I don't necessarily have to. I don't want to take up your time. I think that
are there particular questions or lesser points people want to make? I mean, I've got a couple of them
Yeah,
to make
please.
suggestions. On the page 1 of the draft, paragraph number 2, the review of certificates of consistency, you've got the sentence, council may delegate to a member of the council, executive officer, designee, authority to meet with the agency or of its staff to review the consistencies of such proposed actions, which is fine. But it just occurs to me, it would be nuts not to want the staff or the council member or a designee to be able to give recommendations or evaluations. Now, is it necessary to say it? I suppose not, but if you're doing practices, citizens would want to know, I'm talking to this person. Is this a person who's going to say something that I should know about, or are they just listening to me?
Can I just ask a question on that? Does that entail that we would be a formal commentor on projects in advance? I heard this, collaborative approach and so forth, but because there's all kinds of things that go on in the course of a given day and so forth, or certainly a given year, and so would we be a commenter early? Would that be kind of the early on? This doesn't say every project; it leaves it kind of open. But would that be would develop a framework to do that?
I think this again goes to proposed covered action. So it would only be those projects that would be covered by the Delta Plan.
Right.
There's a definition in the statute.
Okay.
I think, and our role would be specific to consistency with regard to the Delta Plan. So we're not trying to inject or insert ourselves into the other processes, but I think that it really adds value if we can preview ultimately where we're going. It saves a lot of time and energy, like we've talked about.
It would be anticipated that local jurisdictions and our state agencies too, that they would develop a process for referral. I mean, currently now the environmental review goes through the clearinghouse. So I'm familiar with the county submittals and city submittals, but so would we develop a process, or would you utilize that process as part of where we would then engage and know about? Otherwise, you're going to have to know about projects that are in the Delta. Or are we going to develop some sort of checklist at the
Right.
agency level, at the county and city level that
Right.
we submit? You have to submit as a part of that. Make sure early, notice goes to the DSC and its staff.
Right. Well, I think that, again, now that we have the state law, everybody's on notice that we do have the Delta Reform Act, and or at least they're supposed to know about it. And now these will act as rules. We'll post them everywhere. We should let everybody know what's going on. But I think that you're right. You put your finger on one of the issues is identifying potential covered actions, and that's going to be critical. And we anticipate that there might be disputes as to whether or not proposed projects are covered actions. So I think that we have to work through some kind of process that actually adds value. But at the same time, with our limited staff, we could spend all our time trying to research what's going on in the Delta. There's a multitude of projects at the state and local levels.
Yeah. Let me just make two other points. Page 3, paragraph number 10. You have to have hearings within 60 days under the code unless the parties agree to a longer period or the council or the executive officer, if we delegate it, determines it's not within our jurisdiction. Just flagged it for my mind. The thing that I've found occasionally irritating is agencies that are sitting on giant backlogs of issues where the parties have essentially decided to delay forever. And I don't know, we've got a Delta Plan. Arguably, if that situation existed, it would be something related to the Delta Plan. I wonder whether there isn't a need to have some ability for the council to essentially say, wait a minute, you can't delay this for 7 years. We're an administrative process. I don't want to have a backlog of 50 things sitting here for 5 years because that'll be criticized for inaction. Is there a possible qualifier that the council can say either put up or shut up, either proceed with your hearings or you're out?
Yeah, I think we can add perhaps
I don't know
a
what the
reasonable
language
period within the discretion of the council. That
whatever,
would be,
whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Last minor comment, page 5, paragraph 20, and I know this is taken mostly from statute, but it's the mid-sentence that's setting forth reasons why it has concluded that its plans meets the requirements of Section 85320. The precise word that's missing is all. The statute says all parts. Doesn't say, and I think that's probably just petty frogging grammar, but I'd suggest you might want to pick up that full language.
Okay, thank you.
That's me. Okay, why don't we get some public comment on this?
Oh, Richard.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, Mr. Bruce Collins.
I have a few technical comments as well.
Okay.
Thank you. With regard to paragraph 7, the filing of an appeal, Chris, I recommend that we give consideration to an electronic filing system. The difference in terms of transparency and involvement of stakeholders between an electronic filing system and a paper filing system is very significant. So let's consider that. Second, the statute doesn't permit or prohibit intervention by other interested parties. I'd like for you to think about whether intervention is appropriate. In other words, not just the agency, but the real party in interest, and so forth. Thirdly, the statute permits a hearing to be conducted by the council as a whole or by any member. I think we need some guidance as to when it will be the council as a whole and when it will be an individual member.
Okay.
Fourth, ex parte rule.
Oh, I see.
I agree wholeheartedly with the chairman, as you do, that we should have a collaborative relationship with an agency and the stakeholders up until some point, presumably when the appeal is filed. And at that point, it seems to me, there should be an ex parte rule because this is an adjudicatory function.
Yeah. And by the way, I agree with that. I do not think for the next draft we have to have a fully developed ex parte regulation, but a placeholder for that.
Well, I think we already have it.
Do we have
just
it?
add
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's a good point.
And here's my last comment, and this is really the most important. In our treatment of bread and butter appeals, paragraph 11.
Bread and butter?
Bread and butter. In other words, covered actions as distinct from the BDCP, which will be the big enchilada.
The cherry on the Charlotte Rouge.
I'm getting hungry, Mr. Chair. It must be lunchtime. Paragraph 11, Chris, you talk about our making findings.
Right.
Based on substantial evidence.
Right.
Now, that's what the statute says, and as you know, that in effect means that we aren't reaching conclusions of law with respect to whether the covered action was arbitrary and capricious. I get that. When you turn, however, to paragraph 20, the big enchilada, we talk about both findings and conclusions. And indeed, the statute is unclear, at least to my eyes, whether our review of BDCP appeal is limited to factual findings or includes as well legal conclusions. So you're using different words in paragraph 20 than in paragraph 11. Is that deliberate? And if so, what does that mean about the jurisdiction of the council with respect to legal issues raised in an appeal of the BDCP?
Well, that's a very good point, and it was on purpose. The statute is different. The statute is clear that with regard to the bread and butter, it's on the record before us. The BDCP, one sentence with regard to us serving as an appellate body does not limit us to the administrative record. It's not a substantial evidence. What we are charged with doing is actually pretty specific. We have to determine whether or not the Fish and Game determination ultimately with regard to the statutory criteria that the BDCP has to sufficiently address for purposes of being included in our Delta plan and receiving public funds for public benefits have been met. So it was deliberate, and there is a different role, and it may be very intensive.
Next time we see this, I'm going to ask for more detail as to the scope of our review of the BDCP. I think you faithfully reported what the statute says, and I think we need to be to take that one step further to provide even greater clarity what we expect the scope to be.
And I'd gladly do that. And I would recommend or invite your input as well. I know that you're an expert in this area of the law, but other members too, as well as members of the public. Thanks.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to adopt anything today, but we are asking for comments, as we will ask for written comments between meetings and at a prior meeting when we do take action. Yes, please.
Good morning still.
Morning.
Melinda Terry. I'm going to represent California Central Valley Flood Control Association on this agenda item. The association has a little over 70 reclamation districts, cities, and counties that have flood control responsibilities. And so specifically, I want to talk about the consistency determinations. I agree this is going to end up really huge. And I think the conversation that the council members have had, I agree with really all of the things you brought up, and they were the items that I have on my mind. And the good news is, my understanding is that these do not need to be filed until after you've completed your Delta plan, because you can't be consistent with something that does not exist. So the good news is we have a lot of time. So I really would like to suggest that we take the time, because the minimum that is here that's been put forward by your attorney is just that. It's not even close to the detail, which is what you all have been talking about. And it reminds me of the other part of the legislation that was done that a lot of the people in the Delta are really struggling with, and that's the new diversion reporting requirements that are due July 1st. I have to tell you, I get daily phone calls from people who are just so confused and don't know if they're supposed to, how to do it, and it's really going to be a problem, and I can see this turning into the same thing for the reasons that all of you have brought up as council members. It's clear to me in the statute that for the reclamation districts, their routine maintenance and operation does not required. But maybe everything else is, and that's a lot. There's 5 counties. This is going to be huge for you, but to understand who needs to do it, what kind of projects, all of the things that you brought up, I think, are just really important for us to determine when to file and how to file. And so I would request that maybe it's not really conducive to this meeting, although all of you have brought up good suggestions. The engineers that work for all the reclamation districts, ultimately they're the ones that are going to have to file these. So my recommendation is, we have work groups and such. I can make sure to have a handful of the engineers that work in the Delta and are going to do the paperwork to help make suggestions on how to make it happen. Let me see if there was other... I think I'll leave it at that for now, but again, my suggestion, let's have work group, let's spend time on it, because we have the time before you have to have the plan done to really get a good procedure, to make it less burdensome on you as well, because otherwise this could really get out of control. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Yes, Mr. Slotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. I'm Greg Zlotnick with the State and Federal Contractors Water Agency. I had a couple of comments. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Roos Collins' issue about the covered actions and sort of the trigger. That's a critical issue, of course, and we believe it would be helpful, since the appeals are intended to deal with actions that may not be consistent with the Delta plan, and stipulating at this point this isn't determined yet, but if the BDCP is integrated into the plan, then by definition any action being implemented as part of the BDCP would be consistent with the plan. And so we think it would be useful when you get into that sort of discussion that be explicitly clarified, that the BDCP activities would not trigger the appeal process. So we just don't want to get into a sort of administrative hash, if you will.
Can I don't take the silence, my silence on this point. Well, of course it's not. I'm not silent anymore. Since I view the statutory direction to serve the co-equal goals,
yes,
I do not automatically assume that a process which might result in one of the co-equal goals being fully funded and the other being non-funded would automatically mean nothing's a covered action. You may be right. I'll think about it.
Sure.
But I think that if that is a fair characterization of your observation, I have problems with it, and I expressed it at the last meeting, because the project EIR aspect on the facilities gets permits.
Right.
But the programmatic EIR for the ecosystem seems like, at a present stage, unfunded good intentions. That is not a comparable co-equal status. So
No, and I understand that, Mr. Chairman, and obviously we are all sort of struggling with going forward in the development of the BDCP, and Mr. Roos Collins is very aware of this, how you deal with those sorts of assurances of balance on both sides and the funding issues when there are going to be need for funding outside the control of the permittees and all that kind of stuff. So certainly understand that, but just wanted to put that down as an item of interest. Secondly, and more specifically with respect to paragraph 20, there's a couple of editorial issues in addition to your meets all. We believe it would be appropriate that in the second mention of BDCP, it says shall remand the BDCP to the department. It's actually remand the BDCP certification. It's not the actual BDCP. And similarly, in the next line, the department may revise its BDCP certification decision to meet the issues raised. It's not the BDCP itself. And then we actually would suggest, and we'll follow up with written comment, but actually that last sentence be stricken. We do not believe that the legislation, which, as Mr. Stevens said, gave this one sentence about the council being the recipient of any appeal of the certification, really, and there's a potential issue with the do loop that you talked about. But the way this is written, it sounds almost as if it's like a one-shot deal, and if the council determines that the certification has not been satisfactorily provided, then it's over and the BDCP is sort of out of luck in terms of the Delta plan. And our view is that really the legislation contemplated the council as providing a public forum for discussion of the certification decision, which normally is not a very public process, and to allow the council to provide independent feedback to the department if it finds
So it's not an appeal.
Well,
the statute says may be appealed to the council.
Right, and that's all it says.
Okay,
and
so this is the argument that the legislature intended an idle act, and therefore it should be recognized that an appeal does not mean action with any consequence.
Well, no. As you point out at the beginning of the paragraph, you may send your findings back to the department for it to revise its decision. And then you say the department can revise or it can respond as to why it's not making the change. And then I guess we get into this process again where you hear it again and decide did they do enough or not. I'm not arguing that, but it sort of could be read to say this is sort of a one-shot deal and we want to make sure that's not the case.
You want to give us multiple shots at
if necessary. We hope you're not going to need any. Because we think the plan will satisfy the criteria of the legislation. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other citizens? Yes, Mr. Rosecrans.
Thank you. Spreck Rosecrans, Environmental Defense Fund. If I understood Mr. Zlotnick if I understood him correctly, what he said made me very nervous, that if you adopt the BDCP as part of the Delta plan, then anything done over 20, 30, 50 years under the auspices of the BDCP is automatically part of the Delta plan. That just can't be right. So I caution you to, if I'm understanding him correctly, not give everything ever done under the BDCP blanket.
My peculiar sense of humor actually likes the idea of watching all of you active political players get nervous by what each other says. But hopefully the BDCP process could gin itself up and start solving some of the practical questions that are heretofore left as unresolved issues, because some of those may be satisfied by larger agreements on matters not before this council.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, how about this? You get a couple shots at the apple objecting to what the person before said, but you don't get unlimited comments to respond back and forth because your positions are relatively well established. You will all have different interpretations of what the law requires, what our action should be or should not be, and we will hear about them a lot. I got it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before Spreck leaves, Spreck, your comment as well as Greg's prior comment suggests to me, Chris, another procedure that I'd like for you to think about, and that is the council being clear in our appeal decision what covered activity we think was before us. It may be different than the covered activity which the appellant or the agency thinks is before us. So, for example, an agency submits a programmatic document. We may view the covered activity differently than the agency does. So our appeal decision should be clear what we are covering in that decision.
Okay. Ms. Terry wishes to say.
Melinda Terry, now I'm going to speak on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency. And out of respect for your comments on this issue and us coming up and commenting, I would then just ask that this issue that Mr. Zlotnick and that Sprecht have followed up on do be discussed, because at the BDCP itself, I'm on the steering committee, it won't be projects. They are conservation measures. They're not detailed enough, if you will. So I do think that is something that should be discussed of whether it should come before you, because what is in an EIR is very broad and big, not detailed projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to us? Anyone else? Okay. This is over. Mr. Stevens, you and Mr. Grindstaff and other staff are going to chew this over as a process. We'll get certainly another draft, whether you get it out for the next meeting, before the next meeting. I mean, you guys make that determination, but reflect on the comments and suggestions, both public and ours, and see what it looks like. Let me see. This is probably one where you might want to do a red line.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to thank you and the members. This was very helpful. And again, invite comments from members of the public. These are important issues that we got to start ironing out now.
Okay. Mr. Natoli?
Yeah. Just one question on paragraph 4. It starts off with any certification of consistency, and then when you go to page 2, it has 2 its. Does the it refer to certification of consistency? It says it shall and it shall.
Ooh, I like it.
I think the idea was that the it is the certification of consistency.
And that's why I read it. I don't know if we need to be clear, though,
yeah.
Chris, when we're doing that, because
I'll talk to my staff.
I didn't see anything else there that the it would refer to as certification.
May mark a note that Mr. Stevens has been caught again on a lack of clarity on its.
And it won't be the last.
Okay, thank you. All right, very, very helpful discussion and staff report. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, I know that we have a lunch break, and I hesitate to start discussing the next stage and then interrupt it for lunch. So, members, if you don't mind, it is now 4 minutes after noon. We'll start at 4 minutes after 1 o'clock, if that is acceptable to you. Okay, and recess until 4 minutes after 1. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. I'd like to make at least one announcement of almost cosmic significance. Supervisor Natoli, my wife, and I were attending a dinner at Citrus Heights this past week, and he was observed actually eating a few vegetables on his plate, which is heretofore unknown. But since it was at a farm and it was their produce that was being consumed, it seemed appropriate. Okay, thank you. Members, file item number 9 is our agenda item. File item number 9. This is status report and ultimately one action item proposed under the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. We're starting off with Mr. Coolidge, who's somewhere, or Mr. Grindstaff if Keith is not here, which is the the brief memo from the staff on this. Mr. Grindstaff, do you want to cover for Keith, please?
I will cover. The key issues here that are being discussed at BDCP now are governance issues, and one of our members used to be on their governance committee, but they have replaced him now with another member of the steering committee, and they're continuing to have discussions about that. It's a key issue as BDCP moves ahead. They haven't reached conclusion yet on those issues. I also am aware that they're working on issues dealing with sizing and how you would build a conveyance facility and things like that. So I'm expecting in the next 1 to 2 months that we'll actually have more significant progress from the BDCP steering committee to report.
Is more significant progress?
It is progress
Okay.
and information that will be important for the council.
Okay. The next item is, you recall at the last meeting, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Grindstaff both recommended that we ask, it is on BDCP A, which was just the staff letter. B, we're going to the Fish and Game report on HCP, NCP, and then the third item on the agenda is our letter to BDCP. You can talk on any of those if you want. Okay. Please come up, Ms. Terry.
Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency, and I sit on the steering committee, and I missed last month's meeting because I was in Vegas. But I did want to comment on that. I did like the idea. I watched it, by the way. Thank you for doing the archive. It really is helpful, and it's kind of neat because then you can rewatch it and rewind it and go, what'd they say? But I think it is good that maybe you're having the staff kind of give you a little briefing of what happens, because I am a broken record at steering committee. One, I get frustrated that we get our documents 3 p.m. the day before a 9 a.m. meeting expected to discuss intelligently, and I'm not an expert. But more importantly, at the meeting before last, just so you know, somebody had asked, I think it was Mr. Nordoff, do they produce minutes or record of their meetings? And I brought up the meeting before last that we have had 0 of those delivered to the steering committee for the whole of 2010. The last meeting notes that we've been able to review were from December of 2009. So you will have to do your own kind of, rundown of what happens. The other thing, though, that I would point out that maybe that wasn't in the report, there's a little bit of discussion about many of us wanting to get some more of the assumptions regarding the modeling that's being done, because we don't have the models or the criteria or assumptions that are used. So you should be aware of those other discussions, and those aren't currently being highlighted. So I'll pay attention next time, because I keep notes, and I'll try to maybe advise you of what I think some more pertinent things that were brought up at meetings.
The letter from Mr. Coolidge is the first letter of what will be at least a monthly report to us on status of BDCP activities. And I think last month when we requested this, Mr. Coolidge said this would be a test run of the letter. We still have to get a response back from BDCP to Mr. Grindstaff's letter of May, suggesting our relationship in the new relationship with BDCP. But this at least is a start at giving us updates in writing, and then we will have verbal presentations as needed and appropriately. Okay. Now, number A, 9A, is a status report, and in the absence of Mr. Johnston, Mr. Fiorini will tell us. You'll recall that there is a council committee formed of the two of them to handle the processing of independent consultants.
And I can start off and say, Mr. Chair, that we have received 8 proposals, and we're going to work with the council committee to get through those, and I'll defer to Mr. Fiorini.
Mr. Fiorini.
Yesterday at 3 o'clock was the deadline, so we haven't had a chance to look over the applicants. But Councilman Johnston, myself, and lead scientist Cliff Dahm will be the review committee. We'll narrow down the applicants to finalists and conduct interviews sometime next week, probably by phone. and we are seeking your approval to designate to this committee the ability to make the decision as to who we should hire. At the same time, we would also like to reserve the right to go back and solicit more applicants if we determine that those that have met the deadline
Pool isn't big enough.
isn't big enough, and so that's the report from the subcommittee.
Mr. Johnston. Okay. Okay, questions on that? Questions on that? We'd already approved the process that the committee would conduct the interview, and they got out the letter and the notice and all that kind of stuff. The request here is to clarify the procedure so that the committee would be selecting the consultant. And secondly, that if the pool is deemed not broad enough, that they'd have the opportunity to extend a period of time for consideration to seek other additions. Okay, questions on that? Mr. Roos Collins. Ms. Gray. Ms. Gray.
Just one question. If the council does approve extending the period, do you have any idea what time frame that would be?
I can speak to that. The plan was that the committee do their interviews, we hope by the end of next week, and make a selection then. And once they give direction, then we need to actually negotiate a task order for the selected consultants. Our hope is to have them on board by the next meeting, before the next meeting, so they can begin evaluating and helping us in making
That is a
these
hope,
reports.
not a guarantee at this time, right? Because you don't know until you review. Okay. Other questions? Mr. Roos Collins.
Joe, do you intend to publish the names of the bidders in the event that there are stakeholders who wish to comment?
I think we can't.
I think there is a restriction about doing that.
Because the money to pay for this was under the Department of Water Resources process, that weird thing where you announce the name of the party that wins, but you can't even open the bids from, I think that's right. I don't know. Mr. Stevens? I think we're stuck with that process, but I am not positive on that.
We are stuck with that process. And I think to some extent it's unfair to the consultants for the public to be evaluating what is a request for qualifications. So at least they think so, and I see their reasoning behind that. So that's why the rules are set that way.
Well, Joe, that makes sense to me. I agree we should follow those rules. What I'm really thinking about is differing interpretations of what independent means. And so let me ask the question a different way.
Okay.
Randy, you're recommending that the council delegate authority to the committee to make the decision. Do you believe that you have clear guidance as to what independent means for the purpose of this hire?
Yes, we discussed that this morning, and the request for qualification spelled out or delineated the distance from BDCP that would designate someone as being independent. And so if they meet those qualifications, I don't remember the exact language of that, but it was, at least as one subcommittee member, it was pretty clear to me.
Yeah, I would agree. We're looking for expertise. We're looking for a commitment to advise the council, and we're looking for experience elsewhere than the California Delta that would provide perspective as well as a degree of separation that we would all favor and presumably is what the public would want.
By the way, in your agenda packet, item 9A, attachment 1, is the solicitation. And if you go to page 3, Roman numeral 2, paragraph 2 is the condition that's imposed that discusses the need for broad scope information, but includes the last sentence specifically, not participated in the BDCP plan contracts for Bay Delta Conservation Plan Steering Committee and/or the Delta Habitat Conservation and Conveyance Plan. That's kind of the basic document laid out. Okay. All right. Any questions on this issue? Okay. On the issue of the committee making the selection, want to talk about that? Okay. Anyone in the audience like to talk about that issue? Okay. Pardon? You probably need a clarification vote for the minutes that the committee would be authorized to do that. So let's take a... I'm sorry, Mr. Stevens? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Bruce Collins.
Joe, I'm fine with delegation in principle. What's the specific purpose for it now? Is it just time and permitting you to begin the negotiations on the contract terms?
Yes, it is principally time. You know, there are a lot of key decisions that are being made. It will take, for someone who hasn't been involved in the process, it's going to take them a significant amount of time to read all the documents, to come up to some understanding of what's happening, and given the key juncture, it seems important that we move quickly on this. And I have, given the fact that we have a council committee that's really involved in making the selection process, going to do the interviews along with our lead scientist, I'm very comfortable that that provides a kind of independent advice and that they'll make a great selection.
Okay. Comments, questions? Pleasure of the council. Ms. Gray, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Clarification. The subcommittee will make the decision who the consultant will be, and it will bring it back to the board for ratification. Is that the idea?
Well, no, the idea is that the subcommittee makes the recommendation and that they direct staff, direct me, that we should enter into a contract to make that happen. So in this case, we'd bring it back for information to the council, but the council would be delegating to the committee the authority to make that decision about who the independent consultant should be. And I think that's important to do that, just as a matter of time.
Mr. Fiorini, then Mr. Bruce Collins.
Well, I just want to make sure that we're clear. It could be brought back to the council for ratification. The recommendation is to provide that authority to the subcommittee. It amounts to about 3 weeks' time, I think, is the difference in making a decision, entering into the negotiations within the next week to 10 days versus waiting until the next meeting. So you might factor that into your decision.
Mr. Bruce Collins.
Mr. Chair, I am comfortable with the principle of delegation. I'm concerned about what I don't know about these 8 candidates, and specifically whether any of them have prior contractual relationships with the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project that council members might view differently. So Chris, let me ask you the question. Could this council conditionally delegate the authority to the committee on the understanding that the committee's decision would be noticed to us, and in the event that there were concern among the council, the decision is brought back for ratification at the next meeting?
We could structure it that way, sure. Why don't you try to embellish upon concerns of the council, though? Is that if one or more members has questions with regard to the recommended consultant, then in that case it would then be brought back, or
a council member would specifically request
that it be ratified.
That it be ratified.
That'd be fine, sure.
Now, can we do that consistent with the requirements of Public Meeting Act?
Well, the Public Meeting Act, we're consistent in that we set up a committee of 2, right. So that's fine. And any way you structure it will be consistent with the Bagley-Keene Act. So it's up to you.
If we were to do that, would that nullify the 3-week time advantage?
I'm not sure about the timing.
I think if you set it up that way, my assumption, I'll try and walk through what I heard Mr. Bruce Collins say. He said that if the committee makes a recommendation on who it should be, he would like the opportunity to vet that for any fatal flaws. I'll call it fatal flaws. And if we were going to do that, what we probably would do is, in order to comply with Bagley-Keene, send notice to all of the council members, but we would also publish that.
Yeah, we have to publish it.
And we publish that, and then if a council member said, hold it, I want this to be on the agenda, then rather than actually executing the task order, we would put that on the agenda for the next meeting.
And again, it's not going to be a matter of deliberation among council members. This will be a one-way communication from, for example, you to Joe, that you have an issue and you'd like it ratified. And there's not going to be a back and forth, because then we would potentially run into Bagley-Keene issues.
Are we comfortable in putting 24-hour queues on that? If you got a problem, you got to get back in 24
I think
hours.
so,
And
so
no,
long-
if you're not, then it goes
20
ahead.
Speak now, or
Yes.
yeah.
Mr. Johnston, Mr. Fiorini? What, it's okay with you guys? Yes. Okay. All right. Any clarification needed by council members? Any questions? Is there a motion?
I move what Joe said.
And Ms. Gray seconds. Okay, let's call the roll.
Natoli, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Nordhoff, aye.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, item 9B, you recall, came out of last meeting where we hear that people who know everything about NCCP and HPCP are in the Department of Fish and Game, and here they are coming forward right now. They have this, by the way, is a conversation we expect will last about 30 minutes, maybe a bit more, with questions and answers. And it's designed to try to give us some information and context. We keep talking about what these laws are, but as we go through the interim plan, the Delta plan, and everything else, it's important we have some more familiarity with it. So, Mr. Stevens, you or Mr. Grindstaff
Sure.
like to introduce the
Yeah,
panel?
I'd be happy to. Well, as Phil said, we had a lengthy background briefing on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan at your last meeting. We had a lot of information that was presented in the form of slides, and it was probably too much to absorb at one time. But
Don't be polite.
Okay.
I threatened them with death if they
You
presented
did.
the 30 slides that
Actually-
they had intended to, or 12 or 15 or whatever it is.
Right.
And including them in the packet for information was okay, but using them was discretionary.
Actually, Phil, I'll divulge a sensitive information that you shared with me immediately after our last meeting. We need some more background briefing on what HCPs, NCCPs are. This was too much information for board members, and I concurred. So what I did was I went straight to the experts. I talked to Tom Gibson, the chief counsel over at Department of Fish and Game, and he in turn talked to his chief deputy, Kevin Hunting. They were kind enough to agree to come here and address you and present kind of a slower-paced, more easy-to-understand background briefing on what the heck conservation planning is all about in the state of California, and try to tie in to what we're doing with BDCP, what makes it unique amongst all the conservation planning efforts that are out there now. And again, just by way of background, it's critically important that we have at least a working familiarity with what's called the NCCPA, by acronym, the Natural Community Conservation Planning Act, because as part of our duty in our appellate role, we may be sitting as an appellate body figuring out whether these gentlemen and their staff made the correct decision with regard to BDCP, whether or not it complied with that NCCPA, and also whether or not it complied with the specific CEQA statutory requirements. So we'll leave the specific CEQA statutory requirements for another meeting, but as Phil indicated, it was critically important to go back now and at a slower pace take a look at what we're talking about. So with that, I would like to
introduced Kevin Hunting, the Chief Deputy at Department of Fish and Game, who will be giving the presentation. Tom Gibson will be chiming in, I presume, as needed.
Mr. Hunting.
There you go. Great. Thanks very much. Mr. Chairman, council members, thanks for the invitation to come and speak to you today. I'd like to clarify one thing you said, Phil. Nobody knows everything there is to know about this stuff, and I'm certainly not in that camp, but I do have quite a bit of experience with both NCCPs and HCPs, and hopefully I can engender some discussion that would help better inform the council and others on the Act and what it's intended to do and what it actually does in reality. That's kind of why I'm here today. For some of you, this may be a little rudimentary or even remedial, but I think it's important just to kind of go back to the beginning briefly and to discuss the Act and the habitat conservation planning process kind of in its early days. That I think that'll help better inform you on how this thing came about and what it really means on the ground. So the habitat conservation, there's two processes that I'd like to discuss today: habitat conservation planning, and then NCCP, Natural Communities Conservation Planning. One preceded the other. The habitat conservation planning process is a federal process. It came about after the Federal Endangered Species Act was passed, and it was largely driven by one or more projects or series of projects, primarily entirely contained within a local government jurisdiction, that were slowing down, in these cases, urban development, but really were creating pressures, economic and growth pressures, for the local government in complying with the Endangered Species Act. So the standard process of taking a look at a project and issuing a permit on that project, then looking at the next project and issuing a permit on that project, was really not very efficient, and it wasn't both from an economic standpoint and a planning standpoint, and was not effective from the standpoint of really conserving what needs to be conserved for the species. So out of that, the habitat conservation planning process was born, and in its simplest terms, it just looks at a series of projects or actions and permits them all at one time, and in turn, that the permit prescribes a series of actions on the ground that conserve habitat for the target species. So, think of it as a permitting process for many activities at one time. That's kind of how the habitat conservation planning process, again, that's the federal side, began. It's good process, an improvement over the individual project permitting process, but still had its flaws. Primarily in that the land-based conservation actions, so habitat that was acquired or land that was acquired to offset impacts under the Federal Act, were often disconnected. In some cases, were not intended or failed to provide the benefits to the target species that were addressed in the permit. So it improved the efficiency of the permitting process, but it fell slightly short of addressing the habitat needs for the target species. In the early 1980s, California negotiated and passed the NCCP Act, and if the difference in the acronym between HCP and NCCP is a hint as to one of the differences between the two acts. This is the Natural Communities Conservation Planning Act, as opposed to the Habitat Conservation Planning Act. And the idea here was, let's look at a larger scale, typically within a local government jurisdiction, at least in the early days for NCCP. Let's look at a larger scale approach to providing a reserve design and a connected set of ecological systems that really not only conserve the species that were being impacted by the actions, but also helped maybe recover those species. Start getting at recovering them, get them off the list so that we have these conflicts, fewer of these conflicts in the future. That, in essence, the NCCP Act took HCPs one step further and typically provided that kind of benefit on a larger scale than at the time than HCPs would. So just if you think of this in terms of local government general planning, local governments create general plans, update them periodically, and it just describes what their vision would be for land use within their jurisdiction. This, it's in the simplest terms, an NCCP is a component of that process. You know, which just as you would set aside open space as part of a general planning process, the NCCP Act just tries to describe where you would set aside habitat for your target species as part of a kind of a more global planning process. So I think it's helpful sometimes to think of these, both HCPs, but primarily NCCPs, in terms of local government planning processes, because they function very similar to that. In fact, one of the NCCPs that was completed several years ago, this is Riverside County, is a good example of the almost complete integration of the general planning process that prescribes urban development, other activities, and economic activities, transportation infrastructure planning, and habitat conservation planning. So in the Riverside County example, for example, those three elements were integrated, and the plan that was produced had infrastructure for transportation, infrastructure for social services and human uses, and infrastructure for habitat. And that habitat was connected so that it provided some additional benefits to the target species. So there's a graphic, I think it's up on the screen now, that, and I apologize for the quality of the graphic. I should get some credit, though, because I didn't bring slides.
You get credit, and we've got a copy in our folder anyway.
There's many active NCCPs in California, and this map depicts the geographic area and extent of these active NCCPs. Some are just getting started, some are in the active planning process, and many are approved. There are about 9 million acres in California that are involved in an NCCP right now. So it has been in 20 years a pretty successful program, planning program, for addressing impacts to listed species in California.
It's not a complete substitute for a project and mitigation in the conventional sense of it, right? I mean,
if a project within an NCCP area needs an individual permit, it does replace that, yes.
Okay, but you know, your history suggests that this is a growing trend to use NCCP or, in some cases, the federal HCP. But is it going to completely replace local laws on the subject?
No, that's a good point. No, it will never do that. You know, it's encouraging that that many of the jurisdictions that have undertaken NCCPs now are kind of looking to their neighbors for this kind of connectivity and really thinking even more outside of their jurisdiction. So that's beneficial from both a conservation planning standpoint and an impact standpoint. But you're right, no. This will never replace an individual kind of permitting situation, and again, it was spawned in this under this idea of a local government jurisdiction. It has evolved since that time. NCCPs now are most commonly employed by a local government, a county or a city or a special district. Although there are private company NCCPs, those exist. There are NCCPs that cover more than one local government planning area for a specific set of projects and actions. BDCP would fall into that category. So would the recent efforts by the department to work on the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan. So those are two examples of using the NCCP beyond the boundaries of a single local jurisdiction. So just a kind of a few words on the kind of the technical side of an NCCP. I mean, it is a permit. An NCCP is an California Endangered Species Act permit. So at the end of the day, in the case of the most common NCCP, which is a local government NCCP, the county or city is in effect delegated permit authority for CISA. So they issue they're responsible for ensuring the NCCP is implemented. They're responsible for local approval of projects, and we, under a provision of the Endangered Species Act, permit that entire jurisdiction to through the NCCP to comply with the Endangered Species Act. So it does confer some efficiencies on the permitting side. It is definitely a more efficient way to permit within an NCCP area. The mechanism that the department uses to, well, let me just discuss briefly the department's role in NCCPs. It has varied substantially over time. Fish and Game in the early days really was the, I would say, led these efforts, staffed them, led them, and brought them to a point where the department would step back from that role and act as the permitting agency, but to get them across the finish line, the department was the leader of these programs. Over time, that leadership role has fallen to the local government, to the applicant, and to a stakeholder, to a robust stakeholder group. So it's more typical now that the department provides technical assistance to local government and applicants through the process, and at the end of the day, makes a series of findings that are prescribed in the Act to ensure that the Natural Communities Conservation Plan that's produced by the local government to meet their permit requirements meets the requirements in the Act. So at the end of the day, our role is making those findings.
When you're going to talk to us about what BDCP is and is not and how it relates to these two programs, right?
I was going to say a few words about that, yes.
Okay.
A couple more points on NCCP. I just want to make sure that we, maybe share a common understanding of what the Act is, does and some of the benefits. I mean, one of the most beneficial aspects is the broad stakeholder involvement. So everybody's in. Everybody's in as far as a stakeholder is concerned in this. That's why these things typically take years to do. Everybody gets a seat at the table, gets a voice in the process, and through that consensus-building process, at the end of the day, you've got a plan that hopefully is defensible and durable over time. These NCCP permits are 30 to 50 years long, so it's a long-term commitment by the applicant and by the department. They incorporate independent science. I'm sure you've heard this before. There's a requirement in the Act that an independent science advisory body weigh in on the scientific conservation planning aspects of the plan, which is also, beneficial from a defensibility standpoint, and, to make sure that the conservation benefits are accrued and last over the life of the permit. Another attractive feature of NCCPs is they open the door to funding sources from the federal government and from the state that aren't available through HCPs or other mechanisms.
For example?
For example, the Federal Endangered Species Act Section 6 funding stream is available to NCCPs in California for planning assistance. So that money could be available to the plan developers. In the case of a local government, it would be a local government. In the case of BDCP, it could be the BDCP effort. Funding is also available for land acquisition once the plan's completed. And California, the Section 6 of the Endangered Species, the Federal Endangered Species Act is the authorizing legislation that provides that funding nationwide. California typically gets about 40% of that money because we have such an active conservation planning program in California.
But according to your map, there are still many areas which are only using the federal HCP programs and not the consolidated.
Right.
It isn't the right word, consolidated, but the joint federal and state designation.
That's correct. Right. Some of the areas on the maps are just HCPs.
Why would somebody choose just HCP?
I mean, yeah, we ideally have a joint process, HCP and NCCP. That way, you've got federal and state coverage at the end of the day. Some jurisdictions believe, based on history, and it's kind of hard to argue with them, that the NCCP process is very long. They can get an HCP in a couple of years. I like to tell the story of one of the planners from the Contra Costa HCP who said that the first stakeholder meeting was on the day of his son's birthday, and he's now 14, and they're not done. So they can take a long time. that's a deterrent oftentimes in NCCPs.
The most prevalent use of this, looking at your map, appears to be San Diego County, I guess, statewide.
That's where they started. That was the first one, down in San Diego County, right?
It looks like the whole county's in some kind of designation.
Yeah, there's a couple of different things going on down there, right? There's a multi-species conservation plan, which is a hybrid NCCP, HCP. There's straight NCCP in the county as well. So, right, there's several different processes going on at one time down in San Diego County. But, yeah, they have virtually the entire county is under some kind of planning process for either the federal or state act. So another thing that you asked me to mention, and I wanted to mention to you, is kind of a little bit of lessons learned. Are these things working? What should we watch out for if we're doing these things in the future? And we made some assumptions during the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Planning process. It's very early on, but we made some assumptions about stakeholder understanding of the NCCP process and permitting process that turned out to be, erroneous assumptions about those processes. And so we, after a couple of stakeholder meetings, realized that we needed to really provide the stakeholders with a kind of a more robust look at how these things are working statewide. And we invited a couple of completed plans implementing bodies in to speak to in this case, the DRECP. And actually, I learned a lot through that. They spent an hour discussing lessons learned. Here's what worked in our plan. Here's what didn't. If we had done this, we could have shaved 2 years off the process, and so on.
Who did you bring in?
Contra Costa County and the Coachella Valley NCCP.
And those are completed NCCPs?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So I wanted to share with you a couple of things they said that were things in common. One was choose your stakeholder group carefully. Lean towards being more inclusive rather than exclusive, because at the end of the day, if you've neglected a key stakeholder, it's going to cost you years in getting the plan back on track. Another overwhelming consideration, they said, in shaving time off and making it successful is, as difficult as it is, identify and frame all the issues up front. Don't be afraid to tackle the big ones, get them on the table, and get them ripe for discussion as soon as you can. They'll come out eventually, and the time savings is enormous if you're willing to get those on the table immediately and just start the debate. So those are kind of two key take-homes I got from the completed plans that could have saved them years and lots of money. And certainly we intend to apply for the Desert Renewable Energy Conservation Plan, and I think are relevant to BDCP.
Tell us about BDCP, how it's similar, how it's different, and what we should know about it.
Well, as I mentioned before, the BDCP is, it shares with the Desert Plan the fact that it's across several local government jurisdictions who have land use authority for their jurisdictions. So it's a little different than the traditional NCCP. So in the desert, I think we have either 6 or 7 counties that this crosses. But in the desert plan, we're covering a specific set of activities. And one thing these NCCPs have in common is they end up, at the end of the day, prescribing a set of covered activities that are agreed upon and negotiated by the stakeholders, and a set of covered species, and in case of NCCP, communities that are agreed upon and negotiated by the stakeholders. So activities that are identified as covered activities are covered under the permit ultimately. Those that aren't are not covered under the permit. So it was a bit complex in the desert situation because we had 2 federal and 2 state agencies that were providing technical assistance and may be permittees. And one of them, if depending on the kind of renewable energy project that was developed, may have some land use authority that superseded local governments. So there's some complicating factors in that case. BDCP is a little bit different, although you're looking at a set of covered activities across the landscape that covers many jurisdictions, and a negotiated set of covered species. So just wanted to kind of go over just a couple of points about BDCP here and kind of where the department falls on this. This is in the document that we provided to you early.
Page 5 is where you start your discussion on.
Yeah, so I'm looking at page 6
Okay.
right now. It's just these bulleted items. I'll just say a few words about each of those. It is important for meeting the NCCP Act and for the department to make the findings that it must make to issue the permit that the BDC be a standalone NCCP. In other words, that the Bay Delta Conservation Plan should be capable of meeting, of satisfying those conditions for findings as an NCCP. The second bullet, and this is common to all NCCPs, all recent NCCPs, the process has evolved, but goals and objectives, clear goals and measurable objectives at multiple scales, including ecosystems. So, this is where one way in which these depart from a permit. We're talking about articulating goals that can be accomplished by the plan, and objectives that are measurable and can be evaluated over time as the plan progresses. BDCP will conserve representative natural communities as well as other habitats. By nature, these are natural community-based plans. And I'll say this about NCCPs. They do vary in the degree to which the NCCP covers the extent of a particular natural community. So, for example, in San Diego, coastal sage scrub, the bulk of the remaining coastal sage scrub was in the plan area, or the type of coastal sage scrub that was covered was in the NCCP area. So there was a lot of control under the permit of all of the remaining community in California. That is not generally the case for these. Most often, the plan addresses a representative sample, part of a larger piece of the natural community in California, so oak woodland or redwood forest or coastal sage scrub, whatever it may be. But conserving a representative natural community within the plan is part of what NCCPs are. Considering the regional context in which the conservation strategy and implementation program are developed, that's critical for BDCP because they're within the at least the planning sphere of BDCP. You have other HCPs and NCCPs either underway or approved. So, the vision here is that BDCP will somehow integrate with those existing plans or the plans in progress to produce a more rigorous conservation network in that plan area.
Is integration with the local plans required or hoped for?
Hoped for.
Okay. In the Delta, there are 5 counties, and I guess either in all or part of those counties there are state plans, some HCP federal plans,
right,
and a couple that are merged or consolidated or whatever it's called.
So,
how do you advise people on how they should work with a BDCP plan?
That's a very good question, and let me step back. When I said hope for, I mean there's nothing in the Act that requires to integrate with it. There are commitments that are made during the planning process and other processes that may require applicants or planners to work closely with other plans in conjunction with them. We're learning a lot with BDCP. We're learning a lot with the Desert Plan about this integration. It's really just in the last few years that we've been addressing this issue of adjacent plans, in various stages of development. If you look at the map, you can see the Bay Area, the Delta area and the Bay Area kind of have a node, and Southern California's got kind of a node, and these plans, as they're developed, more often now have common boundaries with an existing plan or a plan of development. So, yeah, we're kind of working through a lot of these issues. But there clearly are opportunities when plans are adjacent to each other, or there's a planning effort with a different scope that either partially or completely overlays another plan. There are definitely opportunities for synergy, a synergy of conservation that produces a better conservation picture, in this case in the Delta, than you would have if you ignored those adjacencies. But there's also, obviously, there's going to be conflicts with that. There's existing plans or plans in development have their own vision, and in some cases that vision has been documented as far as a plan element on what conservation looks like in that county or that plan. And then you have an emerging plan that may have, legitimately have different covered activities and species and a different approach, again, for legitimate reasons that could create conflicts between the two. So the challenge is resolving those conflicts and to the degree you can't have those plans work together and create a better conservation picture than you have without them.
Mr. Johnston.
Which of those planning areas have fish as the primary endangered species?
The primary endangered species?
Yeah.
None of them.
So, how do we have confidence that this process will work in the Delta?
Well, I guess the other side of that coin is not all of the approved plans cover all the species that are in the area. The covered species list in any plan is negotiated among stakeholders. The applicant can choose to have certain species covered or not covered in their NCCP. And we have NCCPs that have been around for a while that have some species that aren't covered and some that are.
Have there been some that avoided endangered species that are fish?
Intentionally avoid them? I don't know of any. It's possible, but I'm not aware of any.
Are there some that include fish?
There are.
And what are those?
I think one of the San Diego MSCP, the Multi-Species Conservation Plan, has fish, not anadromous fish, but inland fish.
That's it?
As far as I know, I'd be glad to look at each of those, and I'd be glad to pull that out.
Okay, thanks.
But that question goes to the real point. It was raised in your memo. BDCP is an integrated aquatic and terrestrial conservation plan, and I gather that is not common.
I mean, I guess it depends on your perspective. As San Diego, I would consider to be definitely an integrated aquatic and terrestrial plan because they dealt extensively with vernal pools. But as far as anadromous fish, probably unique in that sense.
It's probably fair to say that the Delta, with its it being used both as a natural resource and as a public resource for water, for example, might have tensions that are not present to that level in other areas, other plans.
Certainly.
Okay. I understand the department has its own legal roles with relation to BDCP, and I'm not asking you to say things that your lawyers tell you can't say, but...
Tom's kicking me under this
Okay, I understand. But to what extent has the department opined on what are the most difficult issues to resolve for BDCP, if that's a proper question?
I really don't know if I can answer that question. Not that I'm evading it. I just don't know. It would be hard for me to say what the most difficult issues are. There's a range of issues that plan is dealing with. Many of them are difficult, but to point to one, integration with the other planning efforts is certainly a difficult issue. Just negotiating the covered species and communities is a difficult issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mr. Roos Collins?
Have you finished your overall briefing?
I hope so.
Okay. Well, that's encouraging. I have a few questions about procedures.
Sure. Yes.
So for the Southern California NCCPs, was the department a responsible or trustee agency in the preparation of the environmental document?
I think so.
Yeah, we would always be a trustee agency where biological resources are concerned. And any time where we're approving an NCCP, we would be, if not the lead agency, we would be a responsible agency.
Now then,
And correct me if I don't have this right, Tom. whether it's a CESA permit, an individual permit, or an NCCP, we obviously have to have the CEQA underpinning to issue a permit.
The department is a responsible agency for the BDCP EIR, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to the end of the line. Plan's been developed. Lead agency certifies the EIR. Tell us the procedures the department follows to make a decision whether to issue the NCCP approval.
The findings process, basically our okay.
The department, as a responsible agency, would make its own independent determination as to the findings required, which I understand that the Attorney General's office outlined for this council in terms of its responsible agency role with BDCP. So we would do that process in terms of the CEQA document, and we would do a similar process in terms of making the required findings for the BDCP as an NCCP as well.
So let's leave CEQA out for a moment. You've made your CEQA findings.
Mm-hmm.
Do you issue a record of decision that states your NCCP decision itself?
I think they're just articulated in the final permit, aren't they? I don't know that there's actual separate record of decision. I think the NCCP permit serves as the record of decision on the findings.
So it would include the findings and the background upon which we base the decision.
Just one follow-up, Tom. You guys are a responsible agency on BDCP, and the next item we're going to consider possible scoping comments a bit late, but given the fact that we're now in existence, we're going to hopefully adopt them for submission to Department of Water Resources as the lead agency. Did you guys, as responsible agencies, submit scoping comments on the BDCP? I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just was curious as to like when your input. I know that you're involved in negotiating the deal, but do you weigh in on the draft, or how does that work?
I honestly do not know if we submitted comments. I know that we're actively involved in the process, and so I'm sure we had input along the way. Whether that part of that was an actual formal comment letter on scoping, I don't know.
I mean, we typically do on NCCPs. Yeah.
Would you? I was just one quick. So, do you envision doing comments on the draft EIR as well as a responsible agency, or do you have a separate role since you're involved in the NCCP process?
I think to the extent we had comments, we would make those comments in a written form.
Okay.
So Kevin, just to apply your procedure to our specific circumstances, Delta Reform Act says if the department approves the BDCP as an NCCP, then there are certain consequences. That approval would be expressed in the form of a permit.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Mr. Fiorini.
Under the headings of lessons learned, you mentioned the inclusion of stakeholders being very important. Is there a qualification to become a stakeholder, definition?
Certainly not prescribed in the Act, it's a bit tricky too, of course. I think it's up to really the local government, the permitting agencies, and others that could be affected by the permit to be aware of who has a stake in this process, who's going to be affected at the end of the day, who's likely to challenge it, who's likely to support it, and then make decisions on, assembling a stakeholder committee based on those observations. But I don't think there's one formula that works for every plan.
Randy, anything else? Okay. Are you guys available if we get into trouble again and try to, as we puzzle our way through this stuff, or has your patience expired completely?
We would be glad to be available to help you out any time. Okay. And try not to get you in worse trouble, yes.
Thank you for doing this, and thank you for doing it on short notice. We appreciate it.
Very welcome. Thank you.
Great deal. Good. Thank you. Okay. Excuse me. Yes, Ms. Terry.
Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things that were discussed. One is timeline. I thought was interesting, the one person and then 14 years later, and just think about the timeline that BDCP is on. So much different. I'm not aware of any other HCPs that were less than 10 years, but we're going to give it a try. Another thing I didn't hear you say, I'd be interested to know, but I didn't hear you comment that willing sellers, whether it's a requirement in NCCP or not, and if it's not, is eminent domain commonly used for the habitat and NCCPs? The other things that you brought up, the all issues on the table early, I really wish that were the case for our steering committee. We've kind of left the big ones to the end, which is concerning since maybe others tried to take them up earlier. More inclusive stakeholders. I think you're all quite aware that that seems to be a common complaint that we get at the steering committee, is that it's not as all-inclusive to those that are going to be affected in terms of land use and economic. The goals and measurable objectives, you also said, was a really important thing. I think it's one of those big things that we've kind of put off to the end. I guess the good news is I think we're finally making a little bit of progress, and we've got a new logic chain that I think is getting us down the path. But unfortunately, we didn't address these things early. We're doing them later, but I just thought you might want to be aware of that. Thanks. But I would be interested to know the willing sellers concept. We currently have it as in the conservation plan, but I don't really have commitments from the steering committee that it will be permanent requirement. I mean, it could be taken off the table at any point, and it's clearly as important to the landowners in the Delta. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Could you answer her?
Sure,
query?
I'd be glad to. A couple of comments. One on the timing of NCCPs. 14 years is extreme. That's not the average. And another important thing to note about these is the plans that take the longest are those that start really from absolute scratch. There's no common ground for launching the plan, and I don't believe that's where BDCP started. And I know for a fact, as far as our efforts in the desert, that's not where we started. A lot of common ground already, a lot of desire to find a solution. So the timing is highly variable, but it is dependent upon the degree of collaboration, the willingness to collaborate, and I do actually see that present in many areas of the BDCP. Tom, do you want to talk about the land?
The NCCP Act specifically says that it does not prohibit the use of the eminent domain power effectively for the acquisition of property. I think, I'm speculating, but I suspect the reason that the willing seller piece is in the BDCP plan documents now is to address that to some extent, but there is no prohibition against its use, just purely legally speaking, in the Act.
And then to address your comment on stakeholders, which is a good one. I don't know, honestly.
I can't answer that either.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Yes, Mr.
Just to follow on, because I think the point that Melinda raised relative to eminent domain is a very, very critical piece for a lot of different reasons. But is it the authority then vested with what parties? The parties that brought forward the agreement? Because basically you're agreeing with the regulatory agencies for this. And so who then maintains the authority to either exercise the willing seller, willing buyer approach versus the eminent domain? Where's the eminent domain authority vest with?
Well, what the Act says is that it does not prohibit the use of the power to acquire property. So the eminent domain authority would reside with whatever governmental entities have that authority in the first instance. So the counties or the cities that currently have and could exercise that power would retain that power.
Okay, but how? Take example of the BDCP, though. That's not the cities and counties bringing that one forward. Who is it then? Is it the departmental agency? Is it the agencies? Is it the parties that have been a part of the steering committee? Who gets the authority to either choose to use that or not? I guess, Tom, that's my question. Maybe it hasn't been settled yet, because obviously that plan is still in formation. But
Yeah, I suspect that someone would depend on who the implementing entities are and how those roles are cast in the BDCP document as to whose responsibility it would be to acquire the necessary conservation properties.
And just one follow-on question then. So then the limitations as relate to the willing seller, if that were put in there then and was a part of any ultimate determination of BDCP, that would restrict the eminent domain authority for that period of time of the permit to 50 years, or would that be able to be revisited once you even had a conservation plan? Could that potential element be exercised because the law doesn't expressly prohibit it, and you do that by virtue of the agreement? The agreement is this 50-year period between the agencies. I guess, is there a way around it from the standpoint of those who would be concerned that you got this protection, but hey, 5 years out, 10 years out, somebody comes in and says, or is there a whole process for going through that?
It would be, I think it could be revisited to the same extent that which species are covered or which territory is covered could be revisited. It would involve an amendment to the document. If it said that it's limited to willing sellers, buyers, and you would have to go through an amendment process to change that.
Okay, so the protection is pretty solid at that point in time, but obviously would still be potentially could be revisited under the circumstances you just described, though.
I think that's fair to say, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Zuckerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Zuckerman, Central Delta Water Agency. I thought it might be helpful to add some historical perspective to the discussion for your understanding as someone who was there at the beginning, so you could understand perhaps where...
At the very beginning?
At the very beginning.
Creation?
Creation of this process. I missed out on the Garden of Eden episode.
It's the only big event you've missed, Mr. Zuckerman.
I understand my forebears were there, however. This process started in a very different way than it's turned out to be. When the realization came about that the state water project did not have, had not obtained take permits, there was a kind of a process that got started, which originally, and its name is important here, was called something like user fees / regulatory certainty. And there was a problem with the funding of the regulatory agencies that would be involved in providing take permits for the state pumps. And there was a concept, I think, on the part of the water export community that they could supply a certain amount of money to the process and end up solving the problem with the take permits. Now, at the very first meetings that I hosted, actually, at the University of Pacific, we kind of turned that around with some help from some of the environmental people and others to a concept of what we're really looking for here is not regulatory certainty based upon money. We're looking for regulatory certainty based upon outcomes achieved by this process. And at that point, they were really talking about specific things in the South Delta Improvement Program. Didn't involve changing points of diversion to the Sacramento River or whatever. It was better fish screens at at the federal and state pumps. It was the closures on the South Delta channels, some other things that were going to take place in the South Delta. It was part of the CalFed plan at that time. I exited the discussions at that time because we didn't feel we were an affected party as diverters in the Delta. And then it became something entirely different and much larger, and these bigger problems became associated with it. And then it became very difficult for the rest of the stakeholder community to get involved because it required a consent to the concept that some sort of a peripheral canal plan was going to be required, and that the participants needed to agree to that going in. So that's kind of the background of this thing. That may help you understand some of the problems that have come out of it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Mark Rentz, Association of California Water Agencies. Mr. Johnston, if I understood your question you asked earlier, you asked if HCPs or NCCPs had been applied to anadromous fisheries, and the fact of the matter is they have been applied, mainly on the North Coast and mainly on private landowners, mainly timber companies on the North Coast have done one. Green Diamond Timber Company has just completed one about a year and a half ago. The most famous one is Pacific Lumber Company that involved not only anadromous fisheries but also terrestrial species. And recently, the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District completed a habitat conservation plan for the Mad River, which they have primary responsibility over water use in there. So I wanted to answer that question for you. There may be some opportunity to look into those and how the processes they went through. The second half of my comments is what I think Kevin and Thomas did a very good job of summarizing the process, but I think for some people who are not familiar with HCPs and NCCPs, it's worthwhile just reiterating some of the benefits of that process. Obviously, it allows for addressing multi-species in one fell swoop under one planning process, which we think is very advantageous for both the environment and for the stakeholders involved. It allows multiple jurisdictions to come into play, both planning jurisdictions, and as you look at some of the ones in the southern part of the state that were on the map, that there were planning jurisdictions, but also regulatory jurisdictions. From the stakeholders' perspective, some of the stakeholders or regulated communities' perspective, it can provide some regulatory certainty. And at the end of the day, a very important component, at least for HCPs, are that if an HCP is approved, the regulated community or the community that is affected by the listing of the species can get an incidental take permit, which basically allows, as long as they're in conformance with the terms of the habitat conservation plan, any take of the listed species associated with conformance of and operations in conformance with that plan are forgiven. So I just kind of wanted to bring some of those points to mind for those of you who may not be too familiar with HCPs and NCCPs.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I would be interested in what the results are in those North Coast projects. Although they're smaller, they're still worth examining to see.
They are smaller, but when you actually look at them, and I'll be glad to provide some information, when you start looking at how they are adjacent to each other, it starts to really fill in the geographic puzzle along the North Coast. So I'd be glad to try and find some more information, especially from one from our member, and that's Humboldt Bay Municipal Watershed District, and provide that to your staff.
Okay, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnston?
Mr. Hunting, the logic is that we live in a world where human beings want to change the natural environment, and we have birds and fish and animals and laws that are designed to protect them. And so what you've described is a more rational way to think through how to protect those species while achieving some additional infrastructure or buildings or project or change in the environment, right? I mean, these are kicked off by some desire to do something.
Yes, sir.
Right? Whether it's dredge Humboldt Bay or cut timber or build houses or create a port or move water. Right? And that's what this project is, BDCP. So in terms of process, there's a lot to commend it. How should we look at the history to determine how to measure success, how to make sure that the benefits intended to be conferred on protection of the species happens at the same time that the intended goal, which kicked off the process and drives the process, is allowed to go forward.
Did you want me to?
Sure.
I think probably others, I've never done an HCP. I have worked with people who have. I think that's an evolving history. Some of the people who entered in the HC process very early on, say 15 years ago, have a different perspective, because not only did the people who were proposing that approach have learned from previous efforts, the agencies responsible in the federal on the federal side, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA Fisheries, on the state NCCP, Fish and Game, they had a lot to learn about the process too. I would offer up that efficiency, understanding of how the two co-equal goals of environmental conservation, species protection, and restoration tie into economic needs. I think that there's become a better understanding of that and appreciation of that over time. I think it's a continually evolving process. I would also offer up to you, from my knowledge anyways, that HCPs are not unique to California. NCCPs are, of course, but HCPs are not. And if you look outside California, they've been applied and in much different manners. Sometimes even more efficiently applied in terms of times of getting them done. I think one of the big challenges, from my understanding of HCPs, is that it requires the parties who are interested in moving ahead in HCP to invest a lot of resources up front into the analysis, the development, and the process of that plan, with the hope that at the end a final product is approved by the regulatory agencies. That's always the part of the managing of these type of processes that you have to recognize.
Okay. Just a couple comments on that, if I may. One of the things that one of the elements of the plan that we make our findings on is determining whether the loss of habitat that is associated with the activity that was the impetus behind this plan is roughly proportional in time and space to the conservation actions. So one can't get ahead of the other. You can't have 5,000 acres worth of impacts and zero conservation at any one point in time. There has to be this stepwise rough proportionality between the impacts and the conservation. Because these are 30 to 50-year permits, it's a very important element of what we make our findings on.
Okay. All right. Anyone else on this? Yes, sir. And then we're going to move on so we can actually talk about the action item we have coming up, which is a draft letter.
Here I am again, John Zabelian. Everything is in danger except human species. I have one suggestion, and that relates to the BDC on a water issue. I read entire research, entire program that has been conducted. In other reviews, I have reviewed ever since 1947 up to present time. Amazed me. I come from a different field. I would like to see added to the issue water code an addition, desalination. We may have to depend very seriously on. We have built to Singapore and other countries in the world. The second plant that we built in Singapore in conjunction with Japanese for $129 million provides water for almost 6 million people at a purity of 99.99% pure. The budget that we're viewing at this present time under these two bills at 11 point some billion dollars, for half of it, we provide drinking water for entire California, the purest, and will be extra left for agriculture. We cannot depend on the rain. We are in a very serious zone affected by the global warming. I have written and published more than a dozen articles in a local paper. That's the field that I come from. Once I came to Lake County, I retired. I got involved in environment to find out 60, 70 years and hundreds of millions of dollars in research up to present time. No accomplishment. This is the past 50 years. I would hate to see going ahead with the same program for the next 50 years. You can't study the same egg, how to get a yolk out of it without breaking the shell. That's exactly what has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, Mr. Stevens, gentlemen, thank you very much. You don't have to stay for the rest of this. We appreciate it a great deal. A great deal. Our thanks to the director, too. Mr. Stevens, walk us through item number 9C, our obligations as a responsible agency, and the draft letter before us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. At our last meeting, you'll recall that we, in addition to having our briefing on BDCP, talked about the unique role that this council will play in the BDCP process. And in short, there are three distinct roles. The first, by statute, is a designation as a responsible agency under CEQA, the State Environmental Review Process. And you'll recall that a responsible agency isn't the lead agency, the primary agency that's implementing the project or approving or funding the project, but is another one that usually has a piece of the project, usually a smaller piece of funding or an approval. In this case, it's a unique role. We're not actually approving BDCP, we're not funding BDCP, but the legislature decided that they wanted us to be involved in the CEQA process and designated us as a responsible agency for BDCP. Before I go into the responsible agency role in this proposed draft letter here for your consideration, just to recall that the two other roles are important as well. The one has to do with serving as a potential appellate body with regard to the Department of Fish and Game's ultimate determination you just heard about with regard to the sufficiency of BDCP under the NCCPA, and also with regard to satisfactorily addressing CEQA criteria that are set out in our Delta Reform Act. So the appellate body role, the responsible agency role, equally important, and a role that I think that we're playing right now is a consultative role. The Department of Water Resources, by statute, is required to consult with us in developing the plan. And so with that, what I'd like to do is jump into where we last left off, and that was at our last meeting. We had our BDCP discussion, and this board decided that it would be appropriate, given that we had already sent one letter to the Bay Delta Conservation Plan Steering Committee clarifying our role going forward with regard to the steering committee. You'll recall that we had inherited as a successor agency a steering committee representative seat, and we decided that out of an abundance of caution and to prevent any appearance of conflict given our new statutory roles, we'd step down from that seat. And we had proposed that we would sit at a separate table in kind of an observer responsible agency role. And I think, Mr. Chair, you had alluded to the fact that we hadn't yet received a response. And I'll defer to Mr. Grindstaff as to how maybe we have to go and offer to bring our own table or something. I don't know what it is. But at that same meeting, what you had, as a board, recommended was that we, staff, come to you at this meeting with a proposal for a scoping comment letter that we would send to the Department of Water Resources, which is the lead agency on the BDCP. And the scoping comment letter would lay out or kind of provide markers as to what we were thinking with regard to the issues that we think we need addressed in the CEQA document. So again, we're now focusing in on CEQA, the State Environmental Act, not the NCCPA, although the way you read the statute, they are interrelated. So what we did is we went back and we took a look at the last revised notice of preparation, which is a document in the environmental review process that was put out by the Department of Water Resources, but it was put out back in 2009. This process has obviously evolved. Had we been a responsible agency back in 2009 when the Department of Water Resources put out their revised notice, under law they would be required to include us in the process. We're in a unique situation, obviously, where we have just come into existence as of February of this year. And so taking into account the legislature's clear intent that this body be involved in the process, it was this board's direction that we provide a draft scoping letter to you to review at this meeting, to perhaps give final direction to the staff to incorporate whatever comments came out of this meeting. What I'd also suggest would you would give us the latitude as a staff to make non-substantive, clarifying, conforming changes if need be, and then ultimately direct the interim executive officer to send the letter to the Department of Water Resources. We've had preliminary discussions with the department, and they have been extremely accommodating given our new statutory role in this process, and they're willing to accept our comment letter, take them into consideration without the need to reopen the formal scoping comment period, which, as I said, closed back in March of 2009. The process has evolved, and I think that we're coming up to some key milestones, some deliverables, and some decisions that have to be made relatively quickly in the near upcoming months. So with that, I'll ask first, are there any preliminary questions as to what we're doing, why we're here discussing this CEQA proposed scoping comment letter here in June of 2010 when the comment period actually closed back in 2009?
No.
No, we don't hear any.
Thank you. Proceed.
Okay. Well, what we have as attachment 1 to agenda item 9C is a draft letter which would go to Director Cowan of DWR, and in the subject line you'll see, as I referred to previously, scoping comments on the February 13, 2009 revised notice of preparation, which is this document that I believe we also have as an attachment, which is attachment number 2. So what I have proposed is laying out a relatively short background piece which references the fact that the council is newly established and is going to be providing kind of general comments on the notice of preparation, but it's clear that this is not the last letter, that these are this anticipates more intense and detailed discussions to come, and that we intend to be fully involved as a responsible agency. So the way that we've tried to structure it is this. We obviously have a role in statute with regard to the BDCP process. At the same time, we have to, I think, ensure that we don't get too far into the weeds on what they're doing. I think the legislature was clear, and I think we've discussed this before. We're not a super regulatory body. We're not trying to second guess necessarily, but we have distinct roles with regard to the BDCP. And most importantly, the legislature has laid down the co-equal goals as the foundation of Delta water policy. And I think that we have to take that as the starting point and try to ensure that whatever document, whichever direction BDCP ultimately goes in, as a foundation, the co-equal goals are built into the plan as well as the corresponding environmental review. And in turn, hopefully, will lead to our ability to decide that they have successfully met the criteria in Water Code Section 85-320 for inclusion into the Delta Plan and public dollars for public benefits. the legislature was quite clear that the Bay Delta Conservation Plan shall be considered in accordance with those provisions and those provisions only. So without getting into the weeds, we do have a kind of a guidebook, and we have to constantly refer back to 85.320 and the criteria that are set out there, as well as the co-equal goals. So what I've tried to do is keep these relatively general comments, but I think at this stage they're fundamental concepts that aren't necessarily just coming from me. I'm not an expert in BDCP, but from what I've heard talking to my colleagues and fellow staff members. So I will, at any time, feel free to jump in. We start, and we've tried to structure this at the recommendation of some CEQA experts to correspond with the way that you normally see CEQA documents. So starting with the project purpose and need, the first comment, and again, these are evident now that we have a new statute that took effect in February of this year, and we're commenting back on a notice of preparation that predates that by at least a year. So, you know, the requirements that are in the statute now are not in the notice of preparation. A lot of the comments that I make for your consideration would appear self-evident and basic, but I think they're important at this point to lay the groundwork for how the council will be approaching its decision, its ultimate decisions. The first is that BDCP must further the co-equal goals to satisfactorily address the statutory criteria for CEQA review. Again, it's clear the co-equal goals are the cornerstone of water policy, and our basic comment is that they have to be prominently reflected in the fundamental structure of the BDCP and the corresponding EIR. As to the details of how we get there, I don't know. It's a tricky question.
And the details of how the Department of Water Resources would respond to these suggestions is largely in their control? Do I have
well,
that correctly?
yeah. I mean, as the Fish and Game representatives laid out, a lot of this process with regard to the NCCP is voluntary. I mean, it's a permit-driven process, but it's how they decide to form a stakeholder group. It's how they decide what covered species they want. But in terms of the CEQA process, it's pretty clear in terms of the types of criteria that they have to meet in the review. They're broad range, comprehensive criteria, and they're interrelated. But I don't think I think it's pretty clear that the statute and the legislature, as well as this body, needs to see the co-equal goals as foundational principles in whatever goes forward from here on with regard to Delta water policy. The BDCP is vitally important, and I make this as an editorial comment. We're offering these comments because we see it as vitally important to the success of any Delta comprehensive plan, and we're trying to offer these to make the plan better and to make the process smoother. What we don't want to do is to not preview where we're going and to make decisions that seem like they're coming out of left field. But I think that with regard to the co-equal goals, there really isn't that much debate at this point that they have to be prominently displayed and foundational.
Here's what I'd like to suggest on a process. As we go past these asterisk points in the draft letter, let's see if there are questions on that, on the asterisk points, then proceed through that. By the way, if there are no questions, it doesn't mean we've accepted that language. We'll come back at the end of this for comments and reflections, then we're going to ask for public comment, right. Then we're going to debate and discuss the question of what the letter would be, but just to order the discussion. So on the A, first asterisk, BDCP must language, questions on that, members? Mr. Natoli.
Yes, just to highlight, certainly the co-equal goals, no question about that, but then we also have that it's supposed to be done in a manner that protects and enhances unique cultural, recreational, natural resources, and agricultural values of Delta as an evolving place. Now, we're not stating up front that's what the statute calls for as a part of the evaluation. Is it something that we should call upon BDCP to take into account as well. And again, consistent with the two co-equal goals. And so I guess my question, Chris, is that's not mentioned. You mentioned obviously in the background as part of the statute, but in our writing to the department and weighing in, I'm just I guess my question is, would it be appropriate here with project purpose and need to comment on that or not?
Well, I think that your point's well taken, and again, this was the way that the letter was drafted. In the background, we tried to set out what the co-equal goals were, and then just refer to them in shorthand. But we can.
I think you don't want to use shorthand.
Well, it's not shorthand, but
no, I know, but I think that the language here is probably, if not exactly the code language, it's so close as to be indistinguishable. Right. However, I think there is a utility in highlighting the precise code language as it reads under the co-equal goal. Because it reinforces the fact that the elements work together. They are not standalone issues. That's your point, isn't it, Don?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Now,
okay.
I'm kind of agnostic. Maybe, we certainly probably ought to block out the language in the first page paragraph stuff to highlight it, and then you could just reference back to the definition of the code or some other
as defined in
whatever.
Section whatever.
Yeah, that's
sure.
a good suggestion. Okay, other on this paragraph. Okay, second asterisk point, the project purpose and range of.
Well, this is fundamental to the project purpose as required under environmental law. You have to set out what you're trying to do. And you also have to, based upon what your goals and objective and purpose are, you have to propose and study a reasonable range of alternatives. So at the get-go, we have to be sure that we have a project and purpose statement that is reflective of what state law is now. And again, when this revised notice of preparation went out, this was February of 2009, and state law didn't become effective until February of this year. But there is one provision that was added to the revised notice that seems to have raised the hackles of a few, and I raise it here because I'm not quite sure what it means. And in particular, there was language that was added that includes among the purpose and project objectives to restore and protect the ability of the State Water Project and CVP to deliver up to full contract amounts when hydrologic conditions result in the availability of sufficient water, consistent with the requirements of state and federal law and the terms and conditions of water delivery contracts and other existing applicable agreements. Now, that wasn't in the original one, and it may perhaps be a way to provide some kind of measurement of where we're trying to go. I mean, we have wrestled with the issue of what water supply reliability means in the context of CalFed for many years. This perhaps could be interpreted to be inconsistent, though, with provisions in the Delta Reform Act, which together are supposed to support the co-equal goals, which obviously is now the cornerstone of Delta water policy, but in particular reduced reliance on the Delta. And so the purpose here is to ensure that the project proponents here in BDCP have adequately addressed and incorporated the new state law into whatever project and purpose will ultimately go forward in their plan and then their environmental review, which the draft isn't anticipated to be publicly disseminated, I think, until spring of next year. But I think it's important to lay down a marker now. Again, self-evident that we have new state law, but we have to make sure that whatever was in, whatever the thinking was, it's been updated to incorporate the new state law requirements.
Okay. On this point, question, members. Mr. Bruce Collins.
Chris, my thanks to you for deft drafting. It's a very good start. On this bullet specifically, I think we're actually making two separate points, and we should separate them. One point goes to reliability, and the other point goes to method, really, for achieving reliability. On the first point, Chris, my recommendation is that you, how to put this, reflect the balance that is actually in the statute, how the statute describes reliability. 85054, the definition of co-equal goals, says provide a more reliable water supply. But then, as you rightly cite, 85021 and 85004B say reduced reliance on the delta. I think in making this first point, we need to capture greater reliability as well as reduced reliance. The second point goes to how you do that. Section 85021 establishes state policy, which therefore applies to the BDCP, that you do that through a statewide strategy of investing in regional water supplies, water use efficiency, recycling, and so forth. And while I don't think this council should take a position on this, that raises the question whether the BDCP EIR should include alternatives that actually go to implementation of that strategy. Or to be more precise, I don't think we have to take a position on that in this letter. But I do think we need to raise the question whether the BDCP EIR should consider alternatives that go to that statewide strategy. Or to put that differently, we're developing a Delta plan. We think it's going to be based on an environmental impact report. Our plan must, by statute, address this policy. And in a way, what we're doing is asking the department, how do you plan to coordinate with us as we develop our plan on this policy, and as you concurrently draft your BDCP EIR?
Good points.
Okay. Mr. Nordhoff.
Without any desire to parse the language, I find it a little bit troubling that on one hand we're talking about co-equal goals, on the other hand we're talking about a reduced reliance on the delta, and that seems to be in terms of supplying water, and that seems to unbalance the co-equal goals.
And that is not the intent. But you're right. I think that the way that Richard has proposed laying it out may be a more effective way to parse out reliability and method for reliability without having to take a position at this point. But you're right. And the intent is not to, I think the intent is to make sure that state law is adequately incorporated into the process to date, in that all of the provisions in the Delta Reform Act should be read together in harmony as supporting the co-equal goals. In fact, we have provisions in the Delta Reform Act that say inherent in the co-equal goals are X, Y, and Z, and there's a whole long list. So I think that we'll try to refine this a bit, but there isn't an intent to focus on one or the other. That they're really, but the real question is, what is water supply reliability? Is it an increase? Is it a reduced reliance on the delta, but an increase in conservation measures and other things? I think it's all of that. And all of that will get you to the co-equal goals. But I think that the purpose of this is to lay down a marker to ensure that whatever the process has been to date and how it's evolved, that it adequately reflects the co-equal goals, and the fact that we as a body are going to have to judge whether or not they've adequately addressed the co-equal goals.
So maybe a little more deft draftsmanship on that one.
Well, I was going to say this later, but I'll say it now. This is one of those great issues that nobody wants to talk about in public, because it's the implication of, well, wait a minute, we signed contracts to get water that we've never gotten, but we think that once you sign a contract, that government has to provide the water even if nature doesn't make it available, sort of, kind of, maybe. And besides, if we do concede anything on that point, we'll do it in secret at the last minute as part of a deal rather than talk about it directly. It is a counterpart to the environmental discussion, which seems to say we have to abstractly restore every species of animal, land, and fish in the world to some level, even though privately we kind of know it can't happen. The lack of a public, honest discussion on those great imponderables has always bothered me. The full contract amount is a classic and historic fight that means a lot to people in the Central Valley primarily. But at the same time, the legislature did do the language. They can't ignore the language. And this does not say choose one or the other. It says you must address it, and that's his artful language. And putting aside for a moment what address it means, it's the question of whether we face up to the fact as the population expands and the water supply stays roughly equal and the ecosystem continues to deteriorate, how do you handle all those things collectively? And I tend to cut in the direction of being as honest as we possibly can, particularly in telling the other agency, guys, you can't ignore the act that was heralded as the biggest water accomplishment in the last 50 years, even if you don't like the implication of some of the terms, as all the sides don't like the implications of some of the language.
Yeah. Well, again, and I think just to add, what we're trying to do here is to help the process. Again, we're an independent body. We have to review it according to statute. But everyone knows that the success of this process is vital. And what we want to do is try to make sure that they've adequately addressed state law as it is now. And that's going to save in the long run in terms of litigation and challenges. And, we need this to work. And if there are issues that haven't been addressed, let's address them here. This is the place to address them.
Yeah, I guess there's another school of thought, too, that says maybe we're trying to put too fine a point on something before we actually do anything. Now, if we try to define the co-equal goals, we know there are going to be trade-offs between the environment and water supply. If we come up with a proposal, at least we'll be able to justify economically what we've done and the reasons and the cost of unbalancing it or getting a new balance. I just wonder if we're not doing a lot of this, and which may not be the most efficient use of our time and talents at this point before we have anything on paper.
Mr. Fiorini, and then, Mr. Bruce Collins.
Mr. Chair, following on that comment, I need to clarify an error that I made in my prior comment to you. And hopefully this will help us all as you edit the second bullet. I shorthanded what 85021 says to reducing reliance on the Delta. What it actually says is reduce reliance on the Delta to meet future water needs. The art of the Delta Reform Act in this respect is that it says more reliable water supply, period, and it also says reduced reliance for the purpose of meeting future needs. And that's the balance that, in my opinion, you need to convey in the second bullet.
Again, I tend to go back to the language of the statute, which, let me just read that full sentence. The policy of the state of California is to reduce reliance on the Delta in meeting California's future water supply needs through a statewide strategy of investing in improved regional supplies, conservation, and water use efficiency. And then other stuff about regions that do that. That's how it was couched. And I think Richard's right. We didn't pick up that nuance.
But there is one word that Phil mentioned.
Sorry. You're right.
Chris, it is in the letter the first time you quote 85021, but then in the italicized text, you shorthand it as I did orally, and that's where we need to be more precise.
Let me go back to the word future, which is the word that Phil read. Reduce reliance on California's future water needs. I mean, that flies in the face of, gee, we can cut the supply that we currently have because that will be reduced reliance. And this is a very fine point. I'm afraid if we try to be this detailed, we're going to put ourselves in a box and make it very difficult to get a solution that everybody can live with.
Yeah, and I don't think the intent here is to be too fine in our detail, and I think that you're right. We have to take a big picture view. But at the same time, we have an opportunity here just to make sure that from a big picture point perspective that we're all on the right track. And so I would loathe to get into the details of setting alternatives, for recommending alternatives and capacities and all that. But at the same time, setting markers that's going to preview the kinds of things that we're looking for in our decisions, I think is vital to keep this thing on track. We're in a tight deadline. We have to make some big decisions quickly. And I don't want, well, it's not me, but I would assume that the board doesn't want delay because some of these issues haven't been brought to the forefront and haven't been discussed. So I think you're right that this board's role is not to get into the detail. It's not to be a super regulatory agency. It's not necessarily to second guess what people are doing, except with respect to our appellate role. Obviously, we have to take a fresh look in the event of an appeal, and we have a clear statutory role to play in the CEQA review process. So, but we should focus in on what our role is, and that's whether or not the BDCP has met the statutory criteria to be included in our plan, in the Delta plan, and keep it at a high level.
Yeah, my concern here is that we are getting into the weeds a little bit, and that we could be sidetracked when we're raising points that could be controversial, and that will take a lot of time and argument to try to solve that won't be solved, and that will slow us down.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think I want to add to our learned counsel's thoughts here that it's really important that we help DWR get this process right. This document, when it's done, is likely to be the most litigated environmental document in the history of the state. At least that's my expectation. Having gone through a 7-year litigation on the Bay Delta ROD, Record of Decision, my expectation is that there will be at least as many parties challenging this document. And one of the important things that I think this council can do is point out all of the pitfalls and all of the places that we see where someone may challenge the decision making to make sure that it's as good as it can possibly be moving forward. And so some of this, while some of this is nitpicking, some of this will be important, I believe, in the litigation to come. And I guess having seen one set of litigation revolving around these Delta water issues, we can't be too careful, and we can't encourage DWR to be too careful.
My last comment, if we could be material on this point, keep it to the signal points and issues and not go beneath that. Don't paint ourselves into a corner. Don't raise issues that do not have to be raised right now because they're not material, that will only engender somebody else coming in and wanting to debate them.
Well, we may have just a difference of opinion on this. I mean, I could phrase it differently. I'd say, hey guys, you got your revised notice of preparation that says full contract amount of water. The new statute said thus and such, quote the statute. It appears there may be a conflict. Figure it out. Now, that is a less offensive way to say it, but, it raises the issue. Some parties who do not wish to have the issue addressed prefer it not to be mentioned anywhere, but since it's going to be mentioned by about 18,000 other people, I guess, it's not going to be a missing ingredient. And one of the roles that I think we play as an independent agency of state government is to hopefully interject a little directness into what is the discussion. I mean, this would not be as big an issue if VDCP and the interest group-based negotiations had started to decide the big issues. Now, it might be a big blow-up if they did, but it's the absence of those broad parameter understandings of an agreement that leave uncertainty out there. And one of the things we've got to do with the Delta Plan is we have to prepare a legally enforceable document. We will have to say some things about this, unavoidable. And the notion that, I like inching forward. I'm open on rewriting this kind of stuff, but I'm not in favor of just being silent on this point, Hank.
I agree with you, Phil. If there are some important issues that are going in the wrong direction, they have to be flagged.
Well, I'm not sure what direction they're going in.
All right.
It's one of those historic fights that's always been around, may always be, and an enforceable BDCP, should that be the desire of folks, has to address the big issues.
If we can put out some road signs, some speed, minimum speed has to be over a certain amount, I think that's fine. But in terms of turning left and 357 inches at a speed of X, I don't think that's material.
I'm against turning left 357 inches.
Okay. Right turns are better than left turns anyway.
Mr. Fiorini.
But if we can keep it to the big issues, if you see something that troubles you or anything, that fine, point it out. But I don't think we have to say, this is wrong and the right way is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Well, if I had been writing it different, if I'd been writing it just for myself and I could get all of you to just say, Phil, whatever you write, we sign, I would write it far more strongly than is here. And I would just simply say, come on, everybody knows what's going to happen 50 years from now, and leading up to that is that we're just going to adjust with a water supply that isn't dramatically growing. We're not going to kill anyone. The world's not going to come to an end. California's not going to drop into the ocean. Let's get real and talk about a soft landing. That's the approach I'd like to see mirrored in this. I'm open to other suggestions on language.
I said before, the last comment I made was the last one. Let me say it this time, too.
Yes, sir.
Let's not anticipate problems that are immaterial and try to solve problems that we don't quite have to face right now.
Yeah.
Pause on this. I do think that Hank is raising a fundamental question about how we add value. And I recommend that other members weigh in on that. And we are a new agency. We are mostly new to each other, and we're still establishing how we operate. So we may well have different opinions here. My opinion is that we have at least 3 different functions specified by the Delta Reform Act. One of them, namely the appellate function, would encourage us to be quiet and look like a court. But then at the other end of the spectrum, we are a responsible agency. And under CEQA, a responsible agency generally has an obligation to speak early and often or hold its peace. And while I don't want to frame this as in too legalistic a sense, I do think that as a responsible agency, we have a responsibility to raise issues that we think are important to the success of the EIR, even if we don't necessarily know how to resolve them. I mean, in effect, to use the chair's word and term and Joe's as well, think about it. And so if there is indeed a tension between the requirement for greater reliability in water supply and less reliance to meet future supply, if there is, all we're saying to the department now is think about it. And think about your current description of meeting full contract amounts in light of the more specific and subsequent direction that we got in the Delta Reform Act. So I guess my personal view is it's okay for us to raise issues for which we don't have answers, and perhaps it would be presumptuous for us to prescribe them at this point, because that's what a responsible agency should do.
What was your third? You said you had 3.
The third function is the consultative function that goes to plan development, but that's outside of the scope of what we're currently discussing.
Okay.
Good to me.
As this goes on, why don't you two work on some language? The penalty for suggesting something. Okay, third asterisk under B is alternatives. The BDCP EIR must.
satisfactorily address the criteria for CEQA review specified in the Delta Reform Act. So, in particular, if you look at Water Code Section 85320B, we refer to these as the 85320B criteria. I'll give you a chance to get there. If you look to paragraph 2, the BDCP has to comply with CEQA, that's Division 13, commencing with Section 21,000 of the Public Resources Code. And in complying with CEQA, it has to include, and this is where the legislature stepped in and gave us some more specificity, has to include a comprehensive review and analysis of all the following. And I won't go through all of them, but they're very important. And I think that the point here that we're trying to make is that, again, the revised notice of preparation predated, obviously, the state legislation. But now, in complying with the CEQA, the legislature had specific criteria in mind. And paragraph A, for example, a reasonable range of flow criteria, rates of diversion, and other operational criteria required to satisfy approval for an NCCP, what the Department of Fish and Game people were talking about, and other operational requirements and flows, and this is important, necessary for recovering the Delta ecosystem and restoring fisheries under a reasonable range of hydrologic conditions, which will identify the remaining water available for export and other beneficial uses. So that's one criteria that has to be addressed in the CEQA document. And so what we're doing is we're setting down a marker, we're flagging that for the Department of Water Resources. Again, we're not getting into the detail as to how they're going to do that, but just letting them know that this is our role. These are the kinds of things that we have to focus in on as to whether or not BDCP ultimately is included in the Delta Plan. So, are there any questions on this point in particular? Again, this goes to alternatives, and alternatives are alternative ways of meeting your project purpose and objective. And again, that was the previous point, why it's so fundamental in defining what your project purpose is. It leads to the kinds of alternatives that you necessarily have to study. Leads to then the mitigation and conservation measures that are included in the plan. So they're all tied together.
Chris?
Yes, sir.
I want to walk you through the statute because some of this is written in a way that would defy any common understanding. So the Chapter 2, the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, starts off and says the Bay Delta Conservation Plan shall be considered for inclusion in the Delta Plan in accordance with this chapter. Right. And then it goes to sub B. The BDCP shall not be incorporated in the Delta Plan, and the public benefits associated with the BDP shall not be eligible for state funding unless the BDP does all of the following. Okay. Complies with Chapter 10 blank blank Fish and Game Code. Okay, what is that citation?
Well, that's what the gentleman here were talking about.
I understand. Tell me again.
Okay, the Natural Community Conservation Planning
NCCP.
There you go.
Is it anything else?
That's it.
Okay.
So it has to be an NCCP, and that's another point that we raise in our letter.
Right. And on sub 2, right, it says comply with the Public Resources Code, and that is?
CEQA.
CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act.
Right.
And then it's got a phrase that says, you comply with CEQA, including a comprehensive review and analysis of all the following. And that's all the flow criteria and all that stuff.
Well, that's important, though.
No, I don't mean to. I don't mean to denigrate that importance, but the statute has details. And Hank, this might be some of your objections. There's details that they have to consider the potential effect of climate change, possibly sea level rise up to 55 inches. It does not dictate a conclusion that it will be 55 inches. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So for purposes of a study, they have to at least, the phrase you're using is they must address that issue.
Right.
But they are not required to reach a conclusion.
They have to adequately address these criteria.
And adequately address means what?
Well, you have to take them into consideration in your...
And deal with them in some fashion.
Deal with them sufficiently.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Then I'm sorry, Richard.
On this one, I may cross Hank's line of too far in the weeds, but I think it might be helpful to include a few brief examples to help the department understand the refinement provided by the Delta Reform Act. So if you crosswalk the notice of preparation and subdivision 2 that the chair was just walking us through, there are some notable examples. The notice of preparation talks about flow criteria, but it doesn't have any language like what appears at the end of sub A, which is identifying the remaining water available for export and other beneficial uses. That's something new. Or it says, look at climate change and sea level rise, but it doesn't say up to 4 feet 7 inches. That's what this says. That's something new. And there's nothing in the notice of preparation with regard to the effect on flood management, but again, it's required here. So it might be helpful to give one or two brief examples just so the department understands it's not whether you get the topic in there generally, it's whether the framing of the topic complies with the specific direction provided here in the statute. Okay. Apparently I'm on the correct side of weeds.
Good.
For the moment.
For the moment.
All right. Keep drafting language, you two. Mr. Natoli. Okay. All right. Other questions on that section? All right. Under C, mitigation conservation measures, asterisk, projects included in.
In the BDCP, to further the co-equal goals must be implemented in a balanced manner. Again, the idea here is that inherent in the co-equal goals is the concept that water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration projects move ahead in, as the chair likes to phrase it, a concurrent, comparable, and fully funded manner. So the idea here was that we would expect to see this laid out in a firm schedule that was either in step fashion or that showed the nature and timing of implementation in relation to all of the other actions, and that was also tied in with some kind of commitment of funding. And this isn't something that's foreign to the NCCP Act. In fact, I think something like this is required, but it's been an issue that has been out there and that, to my knowledge, hasn't been fully addressed, but I think is important for a lot of stakeholders to see that there really is a commitment in terms of timing and step, and that there is a process for funding all of the components of this plan to make it a successful effort. So with that,
I was over talking to the Legislative Environmental Caucus, I think it was last week, I guess, and a couple of them actually asked me about this phrase, which I've used a lot, and to my surprise, they said, well, wait a minute, we're not in favor of that because that means the environmental projects don't get funded first. And I guess I get that, but I don't, for the life of me, I cannot see how you can look at the law and the co-equal values and argue successfully that my side gets to get what I want first before the other side. I mean, if it means anything, it means it's concurrent, comparable, fully funded. It seems to me is implicit in any understanding. On the other hand, I can understand why people tactically would not like to say that.
yeah, again, in any event, it's laying a marker, and it's something that we think is inherent in the co-equal goals. So how they get there is another issue, but we think it's important to lay out what the plan is. Again, I think it's not a foreign concept. It should be in the implementation plan, but funding's a key piece as well.
Questions on that? Okay. Next, asterisk point, BDCP must be structured at a robust NCCP.
Right. Okay. And again, this is self-evident that the revised NOP was issued back in 2009. It predated the new State Act, but the Delta Reform Act appears pretty clear to most of us who take a look at it, and it appears to require the BDCP to be an NCCP, a Natural Community Conservation Plan, what the gentleman from Fish and Game were here describing earlier. So Again, the intent here isn't to do anything other than to reflect what the state of the law is now. If BDCP wants to be included in the plan and receive public funding for public benefits, it seems like the state legislature has made the decision for us. We're just trying to reflect that fact and to ensure that it's incorporated into whatever documents are there. The revised notice of preparation back in 2009 had an either or. It was either going to be an NCCP or a standard traditional type of Endangered Species Act permitting. So we think the decision has been made, and I haven't heard anything to the contrary. But again, NCCPs are difficult. They take a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of resources, and anyhow.
Okay, Mr. Bruce Collins.
Chris, I have one recommendation on this second bullet, which is that we extract your last paragraph and make it a standalone bullet. That's the paragraph that describes governance of operations. So this is, your second full paragraph, or perhaps it's your third, which appears on page 4.
To successfully structure?
No, beginning, this is consistent with the provision.
Sorry.
Make it a separate bullet. In other words, I don't think that the NCCP can be read to require what Section 85321 says in all instances. I think this is instead a separate mandate from the legislature in the Delta Reform Act, and it's a very important one, obviously, including the requirement for transparency and real time and the fish agency's responsibility and so forth, and of course the accountability for metrics.
Yeah, your point's well taken. I don't even know if we need necessarily the reference. The purpose here was just to show that it's consistent with other provisions in the Delta Reform Act. If you think that
I think that
it deserves a standalone bullet, we can sure do that.
That's my recommendation. I think this is a very important point regarding governance of the BDCP.
Okay.
Governance in the implementation of the conservation measures.
So it would be in the same section, just
Correct.
a standalone bullet.
Okay, so a possible change is page 4, second paragraph from the top. This is consistent with might be its own asterisk. Okay. All right. And there'd have to be all kinds of editing, formatting changes too. Okay.
Right.
Questions on this section? Questions on this section? Okay. On page 4, the middle page, the next asterisk, BDCP must take into account flow criteria block.
Quantifiable biological objectives developed by the State Water Board and or the Department of Fish and Game. The Delta Reform Act, as we know, requires the State Water Board for purpose of informing planning decisions for the Delta Plan and the BDCP to develop some flow criteria pursuant to its public trust obligations. And it's my understanding that those will be brought to the State Water Board at their August meeting. Is that correct, Joe? In any event, the deadline is August. Those flow criteria are subject to change over time based on science-based adaptive management. And the point here, and similarly, in addition to this requirement, they're supposed to harmonize, but the timing wasn't exactly right in the Delta Reform Act. Department of Fish and Game, in consultation with the feds, federal fisheries agencies, are supposed to develop and recommend to the State Water Board flow criteria and quantifiable biological objectives for aquatic and terrestrial species of concern dependent on the Delta. The point in this bullet is that even though these flow criteria and biological objectives are by themselves not to have any regulatory or adjudicative effect, and that's in the law, that they are extremely valuable for purposes of ultimately determining operational requirements, flows, adaptive management strategies, and as the statute points out, as Richard alluded to, identifying remaining water available for export and other beneficial uses, which is important. But I think for our purposes, what we're doing again is just in general laying out a marker that state law is requiring these two agencies to provide this information we want to ensure that it's incorporated on a timely basis into the BDCP.
Okay. Comments, questions on that? Comments, questions on that? Mr. Fiorini.
Is it in the statute, does it refer to the study as flow criteria?
On BDCP?
For the State Water
State
Board?
Water Resource Control.
I would have to look it up. Do you know differently?
I
or-
don't.
Okay.
The word criteria it's a pretty strong word.
Uh-huh.
And
83.2, this is regarding BDCP, 85.320 sub B 2 sub A, a reasonable range of flow criteria, rates of diversion, and other operational criteria required.
It uses
that?
the word.
Is that what
Okay.
you're referring to?
That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
I think there's actually a slight variation in wording. There's another reference to criteria elsewhere, but I don't, that seems to be the operational section related to BDCP.
But you're talking about the flow criteria that are developed by the State Board, isn't that? Or were you talking about?
I think my impression was that this was a study undertaken to evaluate flows in the Delta.
Right.
And many believe that that would not result in requirements.
And that's true, and that's clear in the statute.
And that's why I was just wondering about the word criteria.
Yeah,
because it does,
and I did find it. It says, I'll just read.
Yeah.
It says, for the purpose of informing planning decisions for the Delta Plan and the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, the board, this is the State Water Board, shall, pursuant to its public trust obligations, develop new flow criteria for the Delta ecosystem necessary to protect public trust resources. It goes on to talk about the process, but it is an informal process to inform our ongoing planning processes. It doesn't have an adjudicatory effect, and it's a kind of an informal process but it's due soon. So I think that our intent here is just to the extent that timely information comes out, it's incorporated into whatever BDCP, whatever needs to be done should be done. This is information that could provide a useful tool.
and that's I guess the origin of my question is to make sure that we're recommending what is spelled out and not going beyond that.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on this asterisk? Mr. Roos Collins.
Chris, just an organizational point. This bullet is really framed to describe the State Water Board's informational decision and the Department of Fish and Game's contribution to it. And we've almost buried here something that I consider to be, if you will, the icing on the cake, and that is the requirement that the State Water Board's subsequent order approving the BDCP or any change in diversion required by the BDCP must include flow criteria.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend that you pull that out. It's currently kind of buried.
Similarly?
Just a new paragraph to highlight it?
Mr. Chair, it's the end of the first paragraph under this bullet.
The flow criteria?
Any order approving
sorry.
a change in the point of diversion.
Got it.
And Chris, what this says to me is this isn't just a matter of BDCP taking into account the report the board will issue in a month or two. The BDCP must anticipate that the board will include mandatory flow criteria in any order it issues approving a change in point of diversion.
And that's probably accurate, but with regard to this flow criteria, you're right, this is for informational purposes. But I think that again, they have to include appropriate delta flow criteria and must be informed by the flow criteria developed pursuant to what we're talking about here, the August flow criteria. So this is, but again, it leads to the ultimate, what's our role here? And our role is to focus in on the statutory CEQA criteria. And the statutory CEQA criteria are pretty clear in that they call for a comprehensive review of flow criteria. So it's all interrelated, and we're not intermeddling in any way. I think what we're trying to do is to focus everybody's attention on what our ultimate decision is going to be, and it's going to be on whether or not BDCP, the BDCP EIR has adequately addressed the flow criteria. So.
Okay.
So we should speed this up a bit.
Yes, I think you have to.
Okay, overall sufficiency. I think that this is key. Cliff Dahm kind of touched upon the role, of, at least at the staff level, that some of the science has played in the BDCP process. The suggestion here is that at key upcoming stages, which are vital to the success of BDCP, the effects analysis and the draft EIR, which should be coming up in the next several months, that there really is some independent scientific review to help the decision makers make the tough decisions in a timely basis. These are recommendations. The first is engaging the Interagency Ecological Program to provide an independent scientific review on the effects analysis. The second would be to actually have the National Academy of Sciences review and prepare a letter report on the draft plan due for public release in November. So, again, these are suggestions for your consideration. The BDCP process has science built into it. Our staff level, at the staff level, we're helping in a consultative role. But from what I've heard from stakeholders, talking to colleagues, it may be vitally important that we have some independent scientific review at these key deliverable stages to make sure that we're using best available science and to help this process get through. It's not anticipating problems, but I think that to the extent that we can make sure we do this right now, it behooves us to take a look at this. So these are recommendations.
On this one, Mr. Roos Collins?
Chris, I need for you to elaborate why you recommend the engagement of the Interagency Ecological Program and the National Academy of Sciences. I mean, it makes sense to me, and yet we just approved an independent science board.
Right.
Finally, one of their most fundamental tasks will be to do exactly what this bullet describes. So what's your thinking about how the Independent Science Board, the IEP, and the National Academy of Sciences would all relate in the event that DWR accepted this recommendation?
Yeah. Well, the Independent Science Board by statute is required to weigh in on the draft environmental document, so they have a role. I think it has to do with the timing of these documents. What the intent here was to suggest we need perhaps some independent look at these key deliverables while the Independent Science Board is getting up and running. In any event, we have precedent for having the National Academy of Science take a look at, for instance, the current biological opinions and weighing in on them. And I think to the extent that we can recommend these kind of things now, we save time and we prevent, to the extent that we can, delay on the tough decisions in the months ahead. So it's not, again, this is me and some of the things that I've been hearing from colleagues, stakeholders, and state and federal agencies, that this is the direction that we've been going in with regard to the conflict that's been ongoing. Why don't we anticipate it now, recommend it now, and there already is in statute a role for the Independent Science Board to weigh in on the draft environmental document. So again, it's a recommendation. It's not.
Mr. Grandstaff.
I want to add just a little bit. The IEP program, as I think our staff briefed you, has their lead scientists as part of our staff. And I think they bring an immense amount of knowledge to the issue, particularly in terms of dealing with the effects analysis. And they are, some of them, already engaged in that process. So I think we're stating something that probably would happen in any event, but I think it's important to actually state that somebody should review that as we're going through the process quickly. The effects analysis is underway as we speak, and so it's not, I'd be perfectly happy if there were another group that we could point to that could actually perform that analysis in a timely manner. But it seems to me that they are the right group. They are an interagency group of scientists and would be able to do it.
Well, Joe, the way I framed my comment may have suggested either or. I agree with you. It's all hands on deck time. I'm really making a simple point, which is there's a risk here of duplication of effort. If we intend duplication of effort in the form of peer review, great, but we should call for some coordination between these several scientific efforts as part of the recommendation.
Yeah. I want to join on that point. I'm in favor of all of this, but I probably would, in thinking about it, I'd phrase it a little bit differently. First paragraph is fine. The first two sentences of the second paragraph are fine. Then I'd say BDCP should really determine early the amount and extent of scientific involvement, which might include the IEP, which must include the Independent Science Board by statute, but might also include IEP on selective issues and could conceivably include such institutions as National Academy of Science if it is determined appropriate. That's not the right way, but it's closer to doing it. I'd suggest you that. Okay. Other questions on this point? Okay. Gentlemen, you got your language ready, or are you going to be working on it as we go?
I will.
Oh, you're going to work on it. Okay, You've done it. Okay, Mr. Roos Collins, we're back. You and Mr. Nordhoff have talked about page 2, last asterisk paragraph. What's your suggestion to us? Gentlemen?
Sorry.
They're hanging all your words.
Yep.
Go down to the 1, 2, 3, the fourth line from the bottom in the second bullet under
The statutory criteria?
Project purpose. Yeah, and put a period after state policy. I'm sorry, put a stop after policy. So it would read, starting in that fourth line, the statutory criteria for the CADA process review, comma, the BDCP must address this state policy, and then go down to the last three words at the end of that paragraph, in the EIR. I think everything else that has been deleted is already in the paragraph above that deleted section.
Okay. All right, let me make sure.
So delete the last word of the fourth line from the bottom of down to the bottom line, analyze. So the state policy in the EIR.
You're deleting the in the EIR also or not?
No.
No, date the state policy in the EIR. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. My
The last
apologies.
four words of
Yep.
the paragraph are policy in the EIR.
Policy.
Oh, one question of clarification. Are we good with the rest of the paragraph
Yeah.
then?
Yeah.
Well,
As long as we take...
That's
Yeah.
it.
That's what Hank and I agreed
A surgical excision.
I like it.
And I
That's
like
what they're proposing.
But if I may, I've been stewing over this, Hank, and I think it might be useful to state, to restate after the first full sentence how co-equal goal is defined in the statute. So we have the purpose statement from the NOP. We then have some acknowledgement that this may need to be reframed or at least considered. We cite what the Delta, we cite the definition of co-equal and specifically more reliable water supply, and then that leads into the rest of the paragraph as Hank edited.
Why don't you just suggest, I'd also suggest where it says, the sentence you were talking about, the Delta Reform Act, however, just make it a new paragraph to start with, which allows you then to slide in the language that you're talking about.
Hank, is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'm not exactly clear on what that was, but just a point of clarification here in terms of how we go forward. And what I would do is I think that we can go, we're relatively clear on the open points, but in terms of turning around a new product, what I'm thinking is that perhaps you give direction to us to produce a product that then we can send or post it.
We're going to deal with that last. Let's make sure you...
No. And the only reason that I raise it now is that wordsmithing at this level is probably not the best use of your time, and we're not all clear on the words. So,
well, let's walk through it.
Okay.
Taking the asterisk that says the project purpose and range of, the first sentence of that remains the same. However, the sentence that starts the Delta Reform Act, comma, however, comma, provides, comma, is a paragraph, not an asterisk, but it's just a new paragraph.
Okay, I got that.
And I believe Mr. Roos Collins was suggesting that rather than paraphrase the statutory language in that sentence, you cite specifically or quote the statutory language of 85021. That was my understanding of what you were suggesting.
That actually is from 85021.
No, so Chris, I'm mindful that this council will line edit only on an exceptionally rare occasion, but this is important.
Yes, it is.
So starting a new paragraph at the end of the quotation from the NOP, right? Mm-hmm. We would say the Delta Reform Act establishes as one of its co-equal goals, quote, providing a more reliable water supply for California, unquote, and you cite 85054. Then you continue by saying the Delta Reform Act also provides that the policy of the state is to,
and then quote the language.
And then quote the language.
Yeah, I'm on board for that.
And then we leave it. It just has to be addressed in the EIR.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay.
A further refinement or point of clarification, in terms of the co-equal goals, referencing the water supply reliability, we're not referencing the other parts of the co-equal goals since we're just focusing in on water supply reliability for these purposes. We're all clear with that. That's what I thought I heard you say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Folks in the audience, talk to us on this issue. Who wants to go first? Ms. Rogers, you're sitting in front. Did you wish to go first? Oh, you have names, people who actually filled out form. Mr. Nelson. Will somebody come up? Okay, if nobody comes up, we're going to proceed. Okay. Mr. Zlotnick goes up first. Okay.
Of course, Greg Zlotnick with the State and Federal Congress. Of course, Mr. Chairman, under your previous rule, I go first, then others come after me.
We'll try to, in fairness, we'll modify that rule as we go on. Okay.
I want to focus exclusively on essentially the section you were just talking about, probably not a surprise, that second bullet.
Yep.
And basically, we feel quite strongly that this whole issue of trying to revise the project purpose as a consequence of the legislation that put in the reduced reliance section is not necessary, and there is no tension between the current project purpose and that language. And the very fact that the project purpose, as you identified, says up to full contract amounts, that's understood, and subject to hydrologic and regulatory requirements, which is understood, that there is no definitive number out there that is expected. The issue is there is a contract that exists, and if at all possible we can get to that number, well, so be it. Now, in terms of that being inconsistent with the reduced reliance language on the Delta, you've also identified that that is to meet future supplies, which I appreciate Mr. Roos Collins stating, through a statewide strategy of investment in those alternative regional supplies. It has nothing to do with what we're doing in the Delta per se. In addition, the requirements under CEQA that are laid out point by point that I believe Mr. Stevens said are the only items that CEQA analysis had to include, in addition to basic CEQA, does not reference this at all. In addition, the co-equal goals, which are laid out, A through whatever, don't include that. It's in a separate section. And so we think there's a little bit of bootstrapping in, if you will, of this issue where it really doesn't belong. I do think that Mr. Bruce Collins' suggestion about not necessarily so much in the purpose and need, although I think some of those things do merit consideration for inclusion, but a bullet that talks about how is this EIR going to address that specific policy of reduced reliance statewide, just in general. How are you going to deal with that? But not in the context of the Delta per se or the BDCP alternatives, because we think that's different. And that gets to sort of a more generic point to start with, is that throughout the conversation and throughout the letter, the term BDCP is used as if it's all one thing. And as Undersecretary Scarborough mentioned at the last meeting, the BDCP is, for most of us, the plan development that the steering committee is putting together. What the council is involved with is the BDCP EIR process, or even more colloquially, the DHCCP. And we think it's very important that those be delineated as appropriate, so there's not confusion about the role and what the input is, etc. The council obviously has a role in the BDCP proper because it's been directed to consult with the ISB and DWR as it's developed, but in the context of this letter, we think that it should be very clear that we're talking about the EIR. So I think I'll leave it at that rather than getting in a full-blown discussion, but I think that we do believe that the purpose and need is not inconsistent as written. Remember, this purpose and need that's in this letter is just one small part of the full document that lays out the purpose and need, which includes all the conservation activities and everything else on the environmental side. It's not just the water reliability side. And that, again, in terms of the language here, I think moving toward a bullet that really focuses instead on how DWR is going to deal with the statewide investment strategy, if you will, for reducing reliance for future needs, more generically, would make a lot more sense.
Maybe somebody
I lost you.
No, you might have. I just want to make sure I understand the legal argument. The statute, do the contractors believe that the Sacramento, San Joaquin, Delta Reform Act of 2009 is controlling law and governs the BDCP process as well as other things in the Act? Yes? Okay.
I mean, my opinion would be yes. I'm
Okay.
not giving a final legal
And when it says,
argument.
and when the statute under the BDCP review says the Bay Delta Conservation Plan shall be considered for inclusion in the Delta Plan in accordance with this chapter, the statute does not mention the EIR, although inherently they are part of the same process. I'm puzzled about why you want to focus our attention on the EIR and not on the plan when the statute pretty clearly
I'm talking with
says
respect
plan.
to this letter primarily. I mean, the authority of the council in this letter is as a responsible agency to the department as part of the EIR process. That's what this is for. So it's not a huge issue, I guess, if there's not, but it just seems they are different things.
Well, I mean, if something isn't in the plan, how can it appear in the EIR?
I don't think
Isn't the EIR an evaluation of the plan being proposed? Matter of fact,
yes. I mean, that is the proposed. The plan will be providing the proposed project for analysis into the EIR. It may just be a semantic thing for those that are too involved with it, but there is a distinction that we think should be reflected in language. That's about what it comes down to.
Okay, I don't understand that distinction, but Mr. Stevens may know.
I was going to ask Greg several more questions.
I was just going to ask him a follow-up question due to my ignorance. We're focusing in on the language about...
At the bottom of page 2.
Yeah, at bottom of page 2, and restoring ability to deliver up to full contract amounts. And hopefully I did characterize the language correctly. And you're right.
No, it says it right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear. But I guess the question is, what was in the previous NOP? This is a revised one.
I couldn't tell you personally.
And why is this raising the hackles of so many people out there right now, even though it has all the qualifiers? And what's the purpose of putting it in?
Mr. Chairman likes honesty. I think it's a red herring. I think it was brought up because the legislation put in this section about reduced reliance, a section of the statute that had a lot of negotiation around it for this very reason. And I think people are trying to bootstrap that into saying the purpose and need needs to be changed because by state policy we have to reduce exports from the Delta, period, which we do not believe is what the policy says in any way, shape, or form. And by that interpretation, then the notion that reduced reliance means you got to look at alternatives that provide reduced exports is required. We just think it's a bootstrap that doesn't have any merit.
And I understand that. I guess my question was, why in 2009
I couldn't tell you that.
Did they change it? And what's your best guess? Was it and what was before it?
I couldn't
because
tell
that
you.
appears to be something
Before my time involved in this that closely.
Okay, so you don't know why they
really
put it
don't.
in, whether or not it was a...
I would suggest maybe you contact, Richard might know, or check with Undersecretary
Mr. Zlotnick is not as old as Mr. Zuckerman, who was also president in that
Well, he
room,
said
no
he was
doubt.
there at the beginning.
Yes, right.
So,
Okay.
yeah, I really don't know.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard.
Oh, and just one other thing, Mr. Fiorini, I just want to point you to the bottom of page 4. I think there's a paragraph that answers your question about the use of the state board criteria.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's...
So, Greg, let me continue the chair's examination of you as a witness.
Exactly. I hope I'm not being treated as hostile.
We're all friends here.
Yeah.
You know, this letter, of course, will be sent in the context of a political kerfuffle where some believe that the Delta Reform Act and this purpose, this revised NOP, are inconsistent, and others believe, as you do, they're consistent. And I suppose you could read different things from what different council members have said, but this actual text doesn't say that the department has to change the purpose in the revised NOP. It says, take a look, which is consistent with Hank's guidance, the general tenor of this letter.
Right, and I appreciate that. And I think actually in terms of the alternatives being developed, I think the very next section says, you've got to satisfy 85-320, which gets into all of those issues.
Okay.
Including different criteria, different sizes, different this, different that. And really the issue here is our belief, principled, that this whole conflation of the reduced reliance language with the purpose and need is just not an issue. We don't think they're inconsistent. We think that, and there have been other communications from the environmental community, from some other agencies raising this question, and we really just don't see it at all as being inconsistent, and we think that the purpose and need as written is fine, and that it doesn't preclude anything from, in sense of less exports ultimately, if that's what ends up happening as a consequence of hydrology and regulation and facilities even. But to predetermine that the language of this reduced reliance requires a reduction in exports sort of pre-decision, we think is totally inappropriate.
Well, so Greg, I will speak personally, and other council members may wish to weigh in on this. I believe, as Joe does, that there is a risk that the BDCP will be the most litigated water plan in the state's history. How to put this? It seems to me that the council should encourage the development of the BDCP and its EIR so that whatever litigation occurs is on real issues as opposed to procedural failures. And in my view, it would be at least an error for the department to proceed with an environmental impact report, and specifically a purpose statement in the environmental impact report, without at least discussing whether these provisions have something to do with the purpose. Now, the department could conclude they have nothing to do, but why not at least address the issue, which is what we're effectively asking for in this revised text?
Okay, I think you've gone in that direction,
Mm-hmm.
and I appreciate that. again, and I think that not having seen the actual, it's hard to sort of pick up actual language and what have you here. But again, it has to do with seemingly, for this particular bullet, and even as revised, still utilizing this sort of argument that a purpose and need statement that is focused, that as excerpted, focusing on this delivery of up to contract entitlement, despite the limitations written, somehow triggers a conflict within the statute that merits looking at it. That's kind of where we disagree. We think the generic issue of even saying something as generic as, hey, we think that based upon the fact this legislation was put in place after the purpose and need was written, merits that you reevaluate it based on the legislation as a whole, which includes the list that you had. Maybe that's the way to go, getting along the lines of Mr. Nordoff's comment about not getting so specific that you're sort of boxing in on the marker, so to speak, for where you're headed.
I think, again, speaking personally, I think it would be presumptuous of us to believe that the two statutory sections we've been discussing are inconsistent with the notice of preparation without understanding what the department meant by the notice of preparation's purpose statement. I mean, we've heard multiple questions among council members, what does this mean?
Okay, so I think it seems maybe it's just a drafting issue of sort of how it...
Which leads to my second question. Fundamentally, this whole bullet is sort of summarized in the bullet title, which is that the purpose statement should reflect the co-equal goals. Do you have a view on that?
I think that's correct. I think there is some question, arguably, of where, because they define the co-equal goals in 2521, I think it is, or whatever it is, A through whatever, and then the next, or 20, and then the next segment is the reduced reliance part. Now, all of that section sort of talks about things involved with how to deal with the delta overall, so you might argue that it's part of that. I would say, by definition, the project purpose, again, because the project purpose isn't just this line for BDCP, it's all the ecosystem and conservation and everything else. By definition, from our perspective, the BDCP is intended to achieve the co-equal goals in what it's handling. And consequently, yeah, I think if you even just had a statement that said, hey, reevaluate this in the context of the legislation to make sure it meets the co-equal goals and leave it sort of that more generic, fine.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Nelson, there you go.
Thank you, Chair Eisenberg, members of the council. Barry Nelson with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Last time I appeared before you, the chair gave me instructions to write you a letter on these issues, so we did so. I hope you've had a chance to review that, and thank you for your attention to this issue. I'd like to pick up the conversation that you've been having and start with the comment from Mr. Nordhoff recommending that you neither be premature nor too prescriptive in your recommendations. And I think that's an excellent way to approach this issue. Chair Eisenberg mentioned in his earlier comments that BDCP was struggling with making certain decisions. And I'd like to argue that this project purpose is a critical reason for that confusion. What's the purpose here? This isn't simply a step through which a process has to go. The project purpose serves a very clear purpose, and it is to help a process shape the alternatives analyzed in a CEQA document. And if you ask BDCP for a clear statement of the range of alternatives under consideration, they have a hard time providing that. Despite the direction in the legislature, the legislature provided that direction now more than 6 months ago. BDCP has been struggling with that, and this project purpose is one of the major reasons why. And the reason is, at best, the ambiguity in this statement. Some have interpreted this as saying that BDCP may not look at alternatives that do not deliver full project deliveries. We look at it, and on its face, it seems to be inconsistent with the language in the statute that you've been talking about reduced reliance on the delta. EPA has suggested a different approach in a letter that I think you also have received.
Yes,
they've suggested that up to could mean anything from 0 to full project deliveries. at best, there's a tremendous amount of confusion here. And I think that's one of the real reasons that BDCP has struggled with identifying a range of alternatives to be considered, not just in the EIS process, but in the planning process itself. What I'd like to turn to, if I could, Mr. Nordhoff, is your question about reduced reliance and water supply reliability. What has fundamentally changed the Delta debate is the awareness of the real and growing vulnerability of the Delta system physically to disruption. And the legislature, well, the Delta Vision Task Force focused on that, the legislature focused on that, and provided you and BDCP with direction to focus on reliability, not on increasing supply, not on assuring full deliveries, but on assuring a more reliable supply. And more reliable means less physically vulnerable, more predictable. Doesn't guarantee an increase in supply. So let me lay out a hypothetical. And that hypothetical is that BDCP writes a plan that produces a system that is much less vulnerable to disruption, much more predictable, much more reliable for water users, but doesn't generate more supply than we receive on average today. That would be an enormous benefit to water users. And we could simultaneously reduce our reliance on the Delta through an investment in alternative supplies. It actually looks a lot like the plans of member agencies in Southern California. Now, BDCP could play out, that's a hypothetical, BDCP could play out in a number of different ways. But what the legislature did was to carefully focus on reliability rather than guaranteeing an increase in supply. Now, from our perspective, we'd recommend that you recommend a change in the project purpose. We've recommended that change. We believe that some could interpret this as being simply inconsistent with the statute. Some would argue that there's simply a tremendous amount of ambiguity. What's clear is that this issue has been preventing progress in BDCP for some time. The legislature legislated on this issue, and BDCP still hasn't successfully wrestled with it. It led EPA to write that letter as well. Second point, if I could briefly make it, you mentioned in your letter a discussion of alternatives, and I simply want to note that the range of issues that the draft letter addresses, I think, is entirely appropriate. But this issue of alternatives is one of the core issues that BDCP is struggling with. As I mentioned, it really flows out of the confusion with this project purpose. And by the way, I can't tell you what produced this project purpose. What I know from talking with members of the steering committee was that it was a surprise to, I haven't spoken with everybody, but it was very much a surprise to folks on the steering committee who didn't know this new language was coming. So there was no buy-off by the steering committee for this new project purpose language. So those alternatives are key, and what I want to note here is that the statute also directs the council to promote options for conveyance in the Delta. So that analysis of alternatives is not just essential to BDCP, given the mandate and the legislation. It's also part of your core mandate as well. So I'm not recommending that you change that language. I'm simply suggesting that as BDC proceeds, this is an issue to pay particular attention to, because there is no no-brainer Delta plan solution. The only way we're going to produce a Delta plan that's successful is to honestly look at a full range of alternatives and to figure out which of those work best through an honest, even-handed analysis. Final point I'd like to make is that this letter is carefully focused on one of your three responsibilities, your responsibility as a responsible agency. But you also have consultative responsibilities, as Mr. Stevens pointed out. And I think as this process moves forward, you need to think both in terms of your CEQA responsibilities and in terms of your responsibilities as a consultative agency. And let me mention one specific example of that. One possible approach, the approach BDCP seems to be on right now, is to narrow in prematurely, we believe, on a particular project and then look at alternatives in the NEPA CEQA process. In the oversight hearings that the legislature's had, in its discussion of alternatives, when legislatures have asked about where those analyses will take place. The agencies have tended to say that that'll take place in the NEPA CEQA process. We believe that that analysis should take place in the BDCP planning process, in the HCP process. We think that's mandated under the legislation. We think it's consistent with your mandate as well. But more fundamentally, really, we don't think BDCP can successfully write a plan this complex without honestly evaluating that full range of alternatives, nor can it develop support for that plan.
Ms. Nelson, you're playing off one of the statements I made. I want to make it clear. I don't know the answer legally to the question of whether options on facilities with 17 gradations have to be in the plan itself as opposed to be analyzed in the EIR. I mean, I just don't know, and I meant nothing, no conclusion by my earlier comment. It seems to me the big assumptions you make ought to be in the plan, because otherwise how can you figure out what you're proposing? But I wasn't trying to draw a legal conclusion.
Our letter suggests a conclusion under the ESA. There's a requirement that alternatives to take be analyzed. You can't write an HCP without analyzing those alternatives to take. But as I said, really fundamentally, the Delta is an extraordinarily complex place. We think the right approach is to pull that full range of alternatives on the table and honestly analyze what combination works best. Our suspicion is at the end of that process, we'll wind up with a plan that no one could have written going into this process. It's simply too complex for that. So we see it not as simply an environmental compliance challenge, but that the analysis of alternatives is fundamental to writing an HCP plan that has a chance of succeeding in circumstances this complex.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Roos Collins.
Barry, I joined the BDCP process sometime after it left the Garden of Eden. Maybe it was wandering in the deserts of Egypt. But I remember our developing the planning agreement in 2006, which used terminology something like restore water supply reliability. Now, beginning on the day that we signed that agreement and to this very day, members of the steering committee disagree what that means. Some believe it means up to full contract entitlement. Others believe that the focus is on reliability more than quantity. And at the end of the day, that ambiguity is still very much alive. Are you recommending that the council include in this letter a plea for less ambiguity in the project purpose statement?
Yes.
And how do you think the department could reduce the ambiguity at this early point in the environmental review process?
Now, I want to be clear. I'm not recommending that you draft the new project purpose. I think Mr. Nordhoff's advice is wise. This is a voluntary donor-driven process, applicant-driven process.
Occasionally, blood donorism might be an apt parallel.
And so I think it's important to keep that in mind. And I recognize your point that there's been a lot of disagreement over what reliability means. We think the legislature was well aware of that issue, and that it was providing, and that it did provide direction in talking about a state policy regarding reduced reliance. Now, I don't think that means that your letter needs to dictate what the language is, but I think it definitely suggests that a reduction in the ambiguity would be essential, and that in addressing that, the BDCP needs to address both the co-equal goals and the new state policy, which, as Council pointed out, post-dates this project purpose to reduce reliance on the Delta. We would recommend that you recommend that they modify that project purpose. That's not what your draft states right now. But absolutely, we believe that it needs to be consistent with the new state law, which we think provided real direction on reliability.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. Who's next? Yes, sir. Mr. Rosecrans.
Thank you, Spreck Rosecrans with the Environmental Defense Fund. I did co-sign the June 11th letter along with Mr. Nelson and others, and I want to make some related points. We're getting to the nub of the issue when we are done with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. How much water will it deliver Until recently, about 15% of the state's applied water came out of the Delta. With the Endangered Species Act rulings, it's about 12%. With the Wanger going back the other way a little bit, maybe is up to 13%, but it's been in that range. When we are complete with the plan, we have new conveyance, we have dealt with pollution, maybe predator problems, and added some habitat. Will we be able to restore these species, to delist them through an NCCP? And how much water will we be able to take out of the Delta when we do that? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think any of you do. I don't think the Department of Fish and Game knows, who will have to approve the NCCP, and I don't think CH2M Hill, who is preparing the EIS, knows. I don't think anybody knows the answer to that question. That goes back to what I said this morning about the need to have a flexible, adaptive management program, and one thing that your scientists can do and you can do is make sure that when the BDCP comes out, it's not prescribed that we have to get exactly this much water out, or we have to must get this much out, or a large amount, a small amount. There has to be some flexibility. Now, having said that, I understand Greg's constituency needs to know that they're getting something for their investment. And they're, of course, not comparing it just to what they've been getting out now, but they will get increased reliability because they won't have to worry about a catastrophic levee outage if they have another conveyance facility. So all those things have to get factored in. But we have to balance the need for certainty from the water user's point of view with the need for some degree of flexibility from the environmental point of view. So I support most of what you say in this letter about broadening what the BDCP should be looking at. And I want to get to one other point. There are these two BDCPs. There's the EIR, EIS, and there's the planning process. And the planning process is always told, well, the EIR, EIS is looking at this broad suite of alternatives. We're looking at a narrower suite of alternatives. They're not looking at a smaller canal, for example. And is that okay with the council? Does the council think that's okay? The environmental community has a big problem with that. And I'd be interested in knowing what the council thinks about it.
If I thought that all of you sitting on BDCP, if locked in a room and under threat of being executed if you fail to reach agreement on the large policy issues, were capable of doing so, I would be very intrigued in creating the room, imposing the penalty, and assigning you to the location. But I fear that what happens is we won't know the answers to the big questions because a voluntary, interest-based process inherently lacks the one person or entity that's supposed to decide things. I mean, Spreck, I've been puzzling about this for the last couple of months. And in some sense, the Department of Water Resources as lead agency gets in a decision-making position at some point. I'd frankly like to see those options considered early, but I have not seen any clear evidence that there's that political will to yet go that last jump into an uncertain future by doing another gigantic deal from among interested parties. Maybe there is. Maybe there is.
Well,
Small room, death penalty.
We think that the BDCP would be a stronger process were to it broaden the suite of alternatives into what's being considered for the EIR, EIS. And we fear that whatever comes out of the planning process will be weaker if it doesn't consider that same.
But coming out of the planning process is a plan that says facilities X kind, underground, above ground, whatever it is, and sized at a certain range of alternatives to be considered, right? You're not asking that the environmental review be merged in the planning process.
No. I'm just saying that the BDCP, the planning process, the thing that my colleague Ann Hayden spends 60 hours a week doing, be looking at a smaller canal and a range of exports that is more similar to what's in the EIR, EIS. They are two distinct processes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
That this council in this letter propose a bookend on the range of alternatives for conveyance capacity?
A bookend? Yeah, I think so.
I think you asked us.
Say yes, and we'll tell you later what it
The
means.
attorneys make me nervous.
It was a friendly question. I thought I heard you ask the council to express a view what the lower capacity should be. Is that correct?
That there should, does it need to be an exact number? I don't know. We are told the IREIS is in fact doing that, but the planning process, as you know, is not. And I would suggest the planning process ought to be doing something similar, may not have to be the exact number, but a 5,000 CFS canal, a 6,000 CFS canal or tunnel, something along those lines.
Do you know the range of capacities the department is considering now in the EIR process?
Not specifically.
Right. That is why I believe Hank's approach to draftsmanship is wisdom here. We're starting a conversation with the department, and some of us at least don't know where the department is in its development of specific elements of the EIR. I can't tell you how far the department is from complying with paragraph B, which requires a reasonable range of conveyance alternatives, including through delta, dual conveyance, isolated, and capacity and design options. I just don't know where they are. And in effect, this letter says to the department, where are you? And their response will then result in further discussion by this council, and then hopefully further guidance from this council to the department.
This is my first experience participating in an HCP, NCCP. I've been involved with EIRs and EISs where they have lots of public meetings and you go forward and you submit your scoping comments and then certain people go into a back room and do a bunch of studies, and I was involved in one of those back rooms for one of them, and then they come out with an EIR, EIS, and you hope it passes legal muster. But this has the parallel process, which is the planning process, and that should be roughly the same sort of thing where you're also looking at a broad range of alternatives. And we are told that the EIR, EIS is looking at a broad range of conveyance capacities, et cetera, but the planning process clearly is not.
Well, you and Barry both are asking us to reach beyond our status as a responsible agency, which is what this letter is about, into our status as a consultative agency where we can actually, what was your phrase, Chris, intermeddle?
I think it was that we were not intermeddling.
Okay.
I think we want to add value.
You invented a verb, intermeddle.
Hector is what the chair prefers.
But
Hector, harass, annoy, whatever.
And ultimately help. But here's my point. You're concerned that the department is not considering alternatives in the planning process is something we ought to talk about in our capacity, in our consultative capacity, right? Because the consultative capacity goes to our involvement in that planning process, whereas this letter is limited simply to the scope and content of the EIR. So I think, Mr. Chairman, what I'd recommend is that we flag that, which both Barry and Spreck have raised, and return to it as time permits tomorrow.
I agree. I mean, one of the things that's clear to me from now, this is our third meeting where we've had extensive discussions of BDCP. Any big political controversial issue is bound to have dissatisfaction. We don't control that process. All we can do is comment on it in one of our or another of our roles, and we need to move on, I should point out. But thank you. Ms. Terry?
Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency. It does get confusing, but it's worth repeating. My understanding is your role as responsible agency does give you the ability, first of all, to even see the EIR, EIS product, which none of us on the steering committee, for reasons just discussed, But on the other hand, they are tied together, and I think where, you know, the alternatives, which this is this section, it is important to have the broad range, if you will, that currently is not done in the plan, which is still confusing to those of us on the steering committee. I think Spreck was trying to say, too, is we're going to have a plan, the Habitat Conservation Plan, NCCP, with the proposed project. We kind of have one already, move forward before the EIR. So I guess the request is, it really is important that you help make sure that those alternatives are being looked at somewhere else. I'm not sure, honestly, at this point, because I'm not an EIR expert, of how that circles back to have a plan change that comes out before it. But those are the things that people are worried about, is the broad range, that you have a plan, or a proposal, rather, a project already decided, without even having evaluated all of those ranges that will be done in the EIR afterwards. Thanks.
Mr. Grindstaff, while we hear other testimony, please come forward. I want you to think about the fact that they're kicking us out at 4:30 for our meeting. We've already exceeded our time period on this by almost 2 hours. I apologize to everyone on that. And we've already put over the flood control discussion. It seemed like undue punishment to ask them to stay. That was a briefing information. We have the East Bay Mud grant issue to come up, which we're going to have to resolve in either 6 minutes, if we get to it, or put over till tomorrow morning. Would you ask somebody on staff to talk to the East Bay Mud people about, and the DWR people about that? I'm open. I don't think we can walk out the door and conduct the meeting outside. So, anyway, thank you. Mr. Zuckerman.
Tom Zuckerman again. This is back to the beginning type thing. The first presentation that the Central Delta made to CalFed, to Lester Snow at that time, suggested that they should start that process by trying to determine what the safe yield of the Delta was for export purposes. That is really what you all are talking about here in a very roundabout way, is trying, instead of considering facilities and one thing or another, trying to figure out, first of all, what is the exportable supply, while meeting the other obligations, which you are all familiar with, including the ecological ones, and then trying to design something that takes advantage of that supply. Now, the other point I wanted to make is, it's all well and good for the contractors to object to the suggestions that Mr. Stevens and inferentially your counsel is making, but really you don't have the freedom to ignore the dictates of the legislature. And if the BDCP wants to do that, I suppose that's fine. But ultimately they have to come and you have to comply with those things. So I would hope in a mature setting that they would take another look at their position and understand that.
You are calmer than I've seen you in years. What's going on, Mr. Zuckerman?
Has to do with that Asian influence. That you're
he got married, remarried, so he is more calm. Anyway, thank you, Tom. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I'm Matthew Emmerich, and I'm representing the City of Antioch. And I support the letter that's going out to the BDCP. I want to tell you that we support that. I think it's really important that the BDCP be reminded of the co-equal goals. And so I think your letter is very important. And it's timely, too, because some recent modeling that was just conducted on the preferred project shows that salinity in the Western Delta, which will affect my client, is predicted to rise by 20 to 30% 3/4 of the year under the preferred project.
That was the CCWD modeling.
That's the modeling that just came out of the BDCP.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And so it's their own modeling. And it'll have devastating effects to the Western Delta. Of course, City of Antioch's taken their water from the Western Delta for 150 years. We've survived the dewatering of the San Joaquin River. We've survived the CVP, the State Water Project, numerous droughts. But we won't survive this. And it's not just the impact to my client, the City of Antioch. It's to the entire Western Delta, talking about restoring portions of the Delta, an increase of 20 to 30% in salinity. which is predicted to occur, would not seem to meet the co-equal goals of restoring portions of the delta. So I just wanted to run that by you. We'll be providing you with additional information in written form on that, and we'll also hopefully be providing you with some suggestions and recommendations on how to deal with those issues with physical solutions.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next. Anyone else? Stand up here or use the microphone, Mr. Zlotnick. Otherwise, nobody in the audience can hear you, nor people watching on
very quickly
simulcast.
The conveyance alternatives, BDCP isn't doing them. Actually, a week from today, there will be a presentation at the steering committee on a range of alternatives, ranging, I believe, analysis from 3,000 to 15,000 has been done. The presentation may start at 6. I'm not sure, but I know analysis has been done at 3, and they will provide the outcome of that analysis. It may not satisfy everybody, but it is being done, and it will be presented next week. Just want to mention, totally agree with Mr. Rosecrans about the flexibility issue and adaptive management. We believe that's part of it. I'm sorry that I was immature because I disagreed with Mr. Zuckerman's position.
Now, let's keep on point, please.
And then in terms of the issue of sending or including in the letter this issue of the range of alternatives that was brought up, we don't know, and perhaps maybe ask for that information before assuming the worst. Because I think there are a range of alternatives that have been analyzed. And then finally, as you heard from Mr. Gardner, I believe, at your last meeting, there is consultation and communication between the two programs. So that is going on. So I just wanted to provide that.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right. My suggestion is that you give us a red line, edit with your comments at the meeting tomorrow, vote only. No more testimony, just so we can see the letter with the corrections that we've all agreed on, if that's acceptable to the council. Okay, I've got a nod from Mr. Fiorini, Mr. Bruce Collins, Mr. Johnston, Mr. Nordhoff. Mr. Natoli is nodding too, and me too. Ms. Terry.
Yes, sorry. I thought we were just discussing the item A. I had other issues regarding your letter generally that I didn't bring up when I came up because I thought you were going to work through the other portions. So
on the letter?
Yeah, on the letter.
Tell us what you...
Generally what one item that is missing, I'm a broken record at the steering committee regarding the economic impacts because you came in after the public scoping meetings. If you had gone to those, most of the Delta residents really were bringing up the economic impacts. When I bring it up at steering committee, because they're bifurcated, they keep telling me, well, that will be addressed in the EIR, Melinda, don't worry. So since you do have a role in the EIR, that I don't really see that in your letter as an item to really be addressed.
Co-equal goals, which we start with at the first 2 points and weave all the way through, include the language on agriculture and whatever the Dickens is on Delta's evolving place.
So you think that's wrapped in the co-equal goals inherently?
It's there.
Well, you've broken out other things in addition in this letter, so I guess my only point is at the public scoping meetings, those were big issues. The flood was, but you do have that in your letter, so thank you for that, because generally we do support the letter, so thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Without objection, this is an issue for vote only. Continued to tomorrow. We'll get a red line copy of the edit changes to look at tomorrow, and we'll deal with it somewhere before noon.
Mr. Chairman, one loose end. Barry, before you leave, Barry Nelson, you mentioned a letter from NRDC. In our packet, we only have an email from you on June 14th.
No, there's somewhere in the packet, and it may be in the back of it. There's a 6-organization
I
letter.
I neglected to mention, as Spreck Rosecrans mentioned, there were 5 organizations, including NRDC.
I can't remember where.
And it's
somewhere in here.
I haven't memorized those 513 pages, so I'm not sure exactly.
We're starting to get a lot of correspondence, but...
Barry, thank you. We'll find it.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I read it before I take action.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, what's been decided? It's now 4:16.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to attempt to cover the main issues in this item because there are a number of reclamation district
number 11
represented here today.
File item 11.
Who may not be able to be here tomorrow.
Okay.
There will be some people that would be able to come tomorrow if that's the decision of the council in the end, but not all of them. I will try and really briefly summarize what the main issues are and what our recommendation is, and then see how in-depth you want to go and if you want to carry it over. The first issue is the staff. We are recommending that you approve the projects so that the funding is encumbered based on the DWR process. Under the DWR process, they require full CEQA compliance before construction starts. We actually, during the last week, East Bay Mud and the reclamation districts did an outstanding job documenting CEQA compliance. They actually went out, I think, last Thursday and got filed notices of exemption and did all of that. However, DWR, which is the real responsible, we're responsible too, but is a responsible agency here and has the most expertise in this area, was unwilling to agree to say that this constituted full compliance with CEQA. So what we're recommending is that you approve these projects with the ability that they that the funds be encumbered so that they can move ahead with full CEQA compliance to follow. That does mean, as I understand it, that they will come back to this council for CEQA.
What does that mean?
That means that they will come back here for our review and approval before construction starts, when we have full.
But if we approve the entire expenditure.
But actually, if we have the slide, there was one slide from the contract that DWR has in their language that actually says that they approve the project pending CEQA approval and with the option that the project not be funded. Do we have that?
Can I?
Go ahead.
Do you want me to just
and
step in?
Our attorney will want to.
Well, I don't want to, but I'll do it anyway.
He will. Keep going.
We have a revised staff report that I think is in your bucket that hopefully we're all looking at on page 2 of the revised staff report. Under CEQA compliance, I'll just walk you through it. As Joe said, we have discretionary approval authority. We're a responsible agency. If you go to the second and third paragraphs, construction work that's subject to CEQA shall not proceed within this project until documents that satisfy the CEQA process are received by DWR and DWR has completed its CEQA compliance review work. Work that is subject to CEQA documents shall not proceed until and unless approved by the project manager. Such approval is fully discretionary and shall constitute a condition proceeding to any work for which it is required. Once the CEQA documentation has been completed, DWR will consider the environmental documents and decide whether to continue to fund the project or to require changes, alterations, or other mitigation. What we're recommending, as Joe said, notices of exemption for CEQA were filed, but we don't have enough specificity, nor does DWR at this time, to make our own independent.
The notice of exemptions were filed after our last hearing.
They were.
I mean, that's the thing that puzzles me. We were told that the environmental review process, I believe, had been completed.
We were told many things, and with diligence of staff all around, without going into the details, unless you want to, we got more detail. Notices of exemption were filed by the lead agencies, the reclamation districts. As responsible agencies, however, we have to make our own independent determination that these are in fact exempt. We don't feel, as does DWR not feel, that we have enough, that the projects in concept appear to meet the statutory criteria, but they're not fleshed out enough for us to make independent judgments at this point. We do, though, feel confident that we can recommend that in concept the projects go forward, the funding goes forward, the encumbrance goes forward, but we are clear that there is a condition that reclamation districts have to come back to us before construction or any work that would require CEQA. They have to provide enough detail so that we can make our independent judgment at that time.
And if they fail to do that?
Included in the condition is full discretion. So even though they've complied with CEQA, we still have discretion to disapprove the projects, not on CEQA grounds, but on the grounds that we don't think that they're the right projects. So,
Mr. Chair, since we're down to 8 minutes, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment which may permit us to get to a decision. Chris, forgive me for offering a legal opinion, but my legal opinion is that title doesn't work. You can't approve a project subject to a condition subsequent of CEQA compliance. You just can't, as I understand CEQA. Now, I do believe that we can approve an encumbrance.
That's what we're doing.
Well, if we say encumbrance rather than project, I'm with you. So
I'm not.
Well,
the difference is
define encumbrance in this case.
Encumbrance means the encumbrance by the department of the Prop 1E funds. So I support the staff recommendation if it is to approve the encumbrance on a condition subsequent of our being satisfied that CEQA compliance has occurred. And that, once that condition subsequent is met, then that amounts to project approval by this council. But today what we can do is approve the encumbrance itself. And I think that satisfies the functional need here, which is for the encumbrance to occur before June 30th, 2010.
And I think that is the intent, and I think that'll get us where we need to go. I think the point, we were trying to clarify that for purposes of this decision here, it was to enable the encumbrance of funding. So I think we're on the same page.
Okay, Mr. Johnston.
I think too much state money is being spent for a project that the beneficiary pays too little. The beneficiary is East Bay Mud. I think that the project may be meritorious at a different funding ratio, and I think it ought to await some sense of priority of which levees and which flood protection projects need attention first, unless we have enough money to do everything, which nobody thinks we do. So I would suggest that this project be deferred. If it isn't encumbered by June 30th, I understand then the money doesn't go away, but it becomes subject to some further direction by the legislature, perhaps by DWR and by us, and that's okay.
I must confess, 3 days ago, the recommendation was let's fund the design and the planning in a modest amount of money, whatever that is, and hold the rest till later, and I was prepared to support that. That seemed to me to be plausible, this kind of convoluted processing for a project that hasn't been designed, couldn't start construction this year anyway, regardless of what we were told at the first hearing. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I don't want to take the ultimate step yet of deciding what I'm going to do on this motion. Ms. Gray.
Yeah, I had a question for clarification. It was stated that if we do not approve the money today, that it would not go away after June 30th. Is that true?
What happens is the money is no longer appropriated to the Department of Water Resources and would await action by the state legislature.
They could reappropriate, they could redirect, kind of, sort of, maybe. There are all kinds of questions on that.
Could I ask, Chris, for your view whether we could encumber funds on multiple conditions? Plainly, CEQA compliance is one. Pat has effectively asked for greater clarity than we now have, and perhaps his satisfaction, which he doesn't have today, as to priority. Would an encumbrance that has a substantive condition as well as a CEQA condition still have the effect of encumbering these funds effectively?
Well, actually, I'm going to defer to DWR as to whether or not it encumbers the funds, but I think that we've taken a look at the language in terms of subsequent CEQA compliance for the portions of the project that need CEQA compliance, and I'm prepared to recommend that that's okay at this point, with the condition that the reclamation districts come to us at the appropriate time to allow us to make our own independent judgment. But that's just on the CEQA issue. Pat's comment is a more substantive policy concern as to whether or not this is ripe at this time to make these decisions. I'm trying to guide you into, some more technical issues, and I'm not going to weigh into whether or not.
Well, I mean, we could defer a decision, or we could make a decision on condition subsequent, and I'm exploring with you whether we could have as a condition subsequent a further explanation by the department and the reclamation districts as to why this particular cost share is appropriate and why these particular levee projects are priorities, which is basically what Pat was asking for.
Yeah, and I don't know about the cost share and the priorities. It seems to me that one argument can be made, and I don't know if the proponent of East Bay Mud would make this argument, but the legislature kind of set the criteria for this subset of appropriation. So I think that the condition for our purposes that we would recommend imposing is that they come back with specificity in project detail, where at the concept stage it looks to us, based on the information that we've seen, that it meets the broad statutory criteria. I'm not in a position to say that we have enough detail to make judgments as to whether or not CEQA coverage and other things are adequate at that level of detail, but
Mr. Knaus.
Mr. Chair and council members, if I may just address
From Ebmud.
Yes, from East Bay Mud. You began your discussion on this item with 6 minutes left before you needed to vacate the room, and I understood Mr. Grindstaff to think that this would be a simple matter, but listening to your questions, your concerns, it is not a simple matter. We have some facts that we would like very much to present to you, because we believe that there are interests that go well beyond East Bay Mud, that benefit from this restoration work on these levees. We'd like the opportunity to share that information with you. We'd like the opportunity to share with you the contributions that we've been making over the last 30 years voluntarily. No assessment, no legal obligation, but investments we've made in protecting the levees on these 5 islands. We think that and we'd also like to show you the ruptures that have occurred 2 times, June of 2004 and then again in 1980, where this aqueduct was flooded. Highway 4 was put at substantial risk of flooding. The state pumps were one levee away from also being at risk of flooding. We think that there is a very compelling story here that we'd like to present.
Mr. Knaus, I'm sympathetic. The problem is Secretary of State's ordered us once again to get out of this room.
Can we carry it over to you?
And I'm prepared to put it over till tomorrow morning, make you the first item on the agenda, allocate no more. It was an hour ought to be enough for this. And just one request, this is really to the folks. Let's find out what happens to the money if action is not taken. I want to verify that. That's a question either the legislature or Department of Finance or somebody. And we'd set aside an hour time starting at 9. Let's see, we start at 9, right? 9 o'clock. We'll call to order, take a quorum, go directly to this issue if that's acceptable.
Right, and I'm Eileen White with East Bay Mud, the manager of operations, and I just want to say in response to the council's comments last time, I did bring the reclamation district's representatives here. I can't speak that they can all come back tomorrow, but I would like to represent and acknowledge the fact that we've got Tom Ralston, who's been the district engineer for the reclamation districts for over 20 years. In addition, we got Dominic Gooley, who represents Green Mountain Engineering. In addition, we've got Richard Johnson and we got Dante Nominalini, who have been the attorneys for these reclamation districts for decades. So I just want to let you know they have made a real effort to come today. I'm not sure they can come back tomorrow. I am happy to come back tomorrow and show you the slides that show what happens when a levee fails and the damage and how it not only compromises the water supply to 1.3 million customers in the East Bay, but it impacts the ecosystems.
You can argue the case any way you want it tomorrow, but our questions have not really been to the damage caused by floods. It's to questions of fiscal accountability, compliance with CEQA, and a procedure that is best described odd to date. It's not to the fact that people and property are damaged by flood. But you can argue whatever you want for 1 hour tomorrow morning if that's acceptable. I saw Mr. Namalini walk in, and I think I see him. Yes, I see him back there. And I apologize. Our business just dragged on for a whole variety of reasons. And I apologize for not getting back to this. So tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, is that acceptable?
That's acceptable.
Just make me speak.
I'm sorry? Could you turn your mic on, please?
Sorry. Could we meet them in case they can't come back?
Yes.
Yeah, if they...
Tom Rawson, would you like to please stand up? And he's been the district engineer for over 20 years. He was the district engineer doing the Upper Jones Tract failure. We've got Dominic Lee, who represents Green Mountain Engineering. We've got Dick Johnson, who's the attorney for Lower Jones Tract. And then we got Dante Namalini, who's been the attorney for the other islands for decades. So thank you. I just wanted to be responsive to your comments last time.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, Ms. Gray.
I just wanted to say that I'm really interested in hearing about the beneficiary principle, kind of going back to what Pat said, because there are many levies that we have to consider, and I think that's important in terms of what you present tomorrow.
Great. I look forward to answering your questions tomorrow and responding to that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my apologies to the members of the audience who had showed up hoping that we could get to this at 3 o'clock, which we clearly didn't. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to an end of today's hearing. Thank you very much for your patience. See you tomorrow precisely at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. I'd like to make at least one announcement of almost cosmic significance. Supervisor Natoli, my wife and I were attending a dinner at Citrus Heights this past week, and he was observed actually eating a few vegetables on his plate, which is heretofore unknown. But since it was at a farm and it was their produce that was being consumed, it seemed appropriate. Okay, thank you.